Chapter 2031. Fairy Fan, you snickered in her heart. These people are really seeking death. Little do they know that Eteonion is right beside them. Hearing that, he will probably crush them to death. It's not that we can't join you, but if you don't tell us what faction you belong to, how would we dare to ally with you? If your entire faction only has 3 people, won't we suffer a huge loss? Who doesn't know how to brag? Fairy Fan, you started to fish for information. She was not worried that the other party would get angry. After all, the flower of darkness had already been cured. There were no future problems. When facing them, how could he not investigate them thoroughly? Little girl, don't test our patience. Now that the flower of darkness is on you, it's your loss to buy more time, not ours. This is no longer about our real situation. We have to consider your real situation. You understand? The Green Devil, Star Monarch, shook his head. His tone was filled with disdain. He felt that Fairy Fan, you had no negotiation skills. The initiative was in their hands, so there was no point in saying anything else. If that's the case, then we can only choose to refuse. You haven't even provided the most basic information. How are we supposed to cooperate? Fairy Fan, you snorted coldly. I don't believe that no one in this region can deal with the flower of darkness. You're too young. Our flower of darkness is no ordinary flower of darkness. Since that's the case, we'll give you some time to think about it. Of course, that's for your bodies. It's best if you can endure it, but if you can't, the Green Devil Star Monarch laughed sinisterly and continued, let me remind you that no one in this region can deal with the flower of darkness unless you go to another region. The problem is, can you leave this region easily? The Green Devil Star Monarch laughed loudly. The threat in his voice was obvious. Under their arrangements, the people from the Brahma ancestral land would be stopped if they left to find help. The prerequisite was that they could find help. For example, the life forms they sought were threatened and did not dare to help. This was to cut off all help at the source. Bastard! Fairy Fan, you stomped her feet in anger. Even though she already knew about the situation, she could not help but feel furious when they said it. Bastard? The Green Devil Star Venerate laughed loudly and said, by the way, we are not targeting just you. The other factions are doing the same. Therefore, you don't have to worry about being too lonely. There are still many who will accompany you. Of course, there are also many who have chosen to compromise. The Green Devil Star Sovereign divulged some information. However, this information was of little value. Eteonion could guess that they didn't just control one faction. They must have spread out and controlled most of them. It seems like you really aren't afraid of Star Sovereign Heavenly Cloud. Fairy Fan, you said coldly. Who does Heavenly Cloud Star Venerate think he is? In the hands of our master, he can easily toy with him to death. The Green Demon Star Sovereign laughed hoarsely and said, right now, we are just sparing his life. He still has some value. Then who is your master? Goddess Fan, you continued. Little girl, there is no need to ask any more questions. You are still too inexperienced if you want to get any information out of us. The Green Devil Star Monarch smiled, faintly. I will give you one last bit of time. Think about it. Is it the Master of Star Origin? Goddess Fan, you suddenly asked. The Green Devil Star Monarch fell silent for a while. Then he said in a deep voice, little girl, it is meaningless to guess randomly. Think about it carefully. Then they planned to leave. They didn't plan to break in by force. What they needed was control, not corpses. When Eteonion saw that they were about to leave, he knew it was about time. In the next second, he immediately appeared in front of the 3 of them. He waved his hand and enveloped them, instantly restraining them. How could they resist the great power of a star venerable? Open! Itianyun waved his hand and removed their cloaks, revealing the characteristics of the Green Demon Clan. The Green Demon Clan, Goddess Fan Yu and the others were shocked when they saw them. They didn't expect that the Green Demon Clan, an extremely ferocious clan, would send people to negotiate with them. A small fry? Who do I think I am? Itianyun wore a smile on his face. Looking at the Green Demon Clan, which he had pinned to the ground, he said with a smile, "Did the Master of Star Origin send you here? You are the Heavenly Cloud Star, Venerable. Why are you here?" Their faces sank. They didn't expect that Itianyun would be here. "Why can't I be here?" Itianyun said with a faint smile. "Not only did I come here, but I also ruined your plan." After he spoke, the Tianfan Star Monarch and the others walked out one after another. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the Tianfan Star Monarch and the others, sizing them up. They were all stunned by the situation in front of them. The flowers of darkness they had planted had all been destroyed. The flowers of darkness are gone. The Green Demon Star Monarch was stupefied. They knew how stubborn the flowers of darkness they had planted were. But now, such stubborn flowers of darkness had disappeared without a trace. Not even a bit was left. "Didn't you say that the flowers of darkness couldn't be dealt with?" "Unfortunately, I happen to know how to deal with them. So I dealt with them." Itianyun looked at them and smiled faintly. "Now, I want to see what is going on in your heads." Itianyun reached out and grabbed the head of one of the Grandmasters, frantically extracting the memories within. Soon, the Grandmaster fell limp to the ground, his soul shattered from the search. He wasn't dead, but he had basically become an empty husk. "Oh, I still don't have many memories, but I do have some general information." Itianyun smiled faintly. "The Master of Astral Origin. It is indeed the Master of Astral Origin's doing. Why did he suddenly do such a thing? I really have to continue investigating." Then he grabbed another Grandmaster Xing and frantically searched his soul. However, the information he obtained was basically the same. Now, the only one left was the Green Demon Star Monarch. The Green Demon Star Monarch was completely restrained. He couldn't self-detonate, let alone move. Itianyun feared that the Green Demon Star Monarch would commit suicide. Hence, he used his strongest power to seal off their movements. "I wonder if I can find more information from your soul?" Itianyun's gaze shifted to the Green Demon Star Monarch. He smiled faintly, looking like a demon. The Green Demon Star Monarch's expression turned unsightly. He roared, "Just kill me. No matter how much you search my soul, it is useless." Very soon, the Lord will bring people to kill their way over and rule this region. Chapter 2032. Rule over the desolate incineration region. When Itianyun heard this, he smiled disapprovingly. If they could rule it, they would have done so long ago. "What you're worried about is the Five Elements Mountain, right?" The Green Devil Star Monarch's expression changed. He had not expected Itianyun to mention the Five-Element Mountain. However, he did not reply. Instead, he kept his mouth shut. Five-Element Mountain? Fairy Fan Yu and the others were confused. They did not know what Itianyun meant. That's right, the Five-Element Mountain. The Five-Element Mountain has the five-color divine race, which specializes in suppressing the Green Devil race. Of course, the Green Devil race is not afraid of the five-color divine race, and neither is the Master of Star Origin. They are afraid of the Five-Element Mountain's master. Itianyun grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Do you think I'm right?" The Green Devil Star Monarch's expression turned unsightly. It seemed that Itianyun's words had hit the nail on the head. Some memories could not be searched. However, Eteonyon seemed to have found the right point and kept digging out the problems. Seeing the green devil star monarch's expression, Eteonyon felt that he had guessed correctly. The master of star origin did not dare to attack because he was afraid of the five-element mountain's master. They did not know if the five-element mountain's master was still alive. If he was, then the master of star origin's attack would be equivalent to exposing his identity. Once the five-element mountain's master appeared, the master of star origin would have to suppress him. Hence, he could only infiltrate and control the factions here. Then, he could use other methods to destroy the five-element mountain. Alternatively, he could scout the surroundings and obtain detailed information on the five-element mountain's master. This was just his speculation. Only they knew what he was really thinking. Nonsense! Our Lord has never been afraid of anyone. The green devil star monarch roared. Right now, all he could do was roar and shout. Now that he had been seen through, he could only admit it. After all, his companions' souls had been searched. Eteonyon already knew who the mastermind was. If you're not afraid of anyone, then why didn't you come over earlier and take back your territory? Why didn't you just watch as the five colors divine race sealed your lair? How laughable! Eteonyon shook his head. It was not convincing at all. Even a star venerable didn't dare come back to save the situation when his lair was suppressed. How could he not be afraid? If this wasn't being fearless, then what was? The green devil star sovereign was rendered speechless. For a moment, he had no words to refute. It's almost time to send you to hell. I will look for your master and let him know who he can mess with and who he can't mess with, Eteonyon said as he grabbed the old man's head and continued to search his soul. Xiao Chun had wasted so much time talking to this green devil star venerate because he wanted the green devil star venerate to talk more, trigger more memories, and let him know more. Since Xiao Chun couldn't search more memories, he could only use such a stupid method. My lord won't let you off. He will properly enjoy you. The green devil star venerate laughed crazily, but soon he rolled his eyes. Then Eteonyon searched his mind for more memories. Sure enough, he hadn't been talking to him for nothing. Properly enjoy me? So this is what it means. After Eteonyon understood this, his eyes became filled with doubt. What the green devil star venerate meant was that the master of star origin had specifically instructed him not to kill him or harm him. As for why this was the case, Xiao Chun didn't know. The green devil star venerate's deep memories were too difficult to search, so he could only give up. After all, even though his body was sealed, his soul couldn't be sealed. This was why he could struggle crazily. As he resisted, his soul shattered. Dong, the green devil star venerate lay paralyzed on the ground, his body twitching involuntarily. It looked like he was still alive, but his soul had shattered long ago. Even a deity could not save him. Eteonyon did his best to extract all of the green devil star venerate's memories. He extracted as much as he could, not letting go of even a single memory. As a result, the green devil star venerate's soul shattered completely. He didn't even get a chance to reattach it. Ordinary soul searching would at most leave a slight injury. However, this had completely shattered the green devil star venerate's soul. Seeing the green devil star venerate paralyzed on the ground like a dead dog, the heavenly Brahmin star venerate had mixed feelings. Despite being such a powerful star venerate, Eteonyon had been able to do as he pleased, unable to resist at all. This made the heavenly Brahmin star venerate sigh. Before great power, killing experts was like slaughtering dogs. This allowed the heavenly Brahmin star venerate to witness the great power of a star venerate. It also allowed the heavenly Brahmin ancestral land's elders to see how terrifying a star venerate was. They rarely saw battles between experts. It was already pretty good to see a Star Venerate fight a Star Venerate. Now that they saw a Star Venerate fight a Star Venerate they could not bear to watch. The Green Devil Star Venerate completely suppressed the Star Venerate, unable to resist at all. Tianyan knew what they were thinking. It would be for the best if they could think the same. This would make them revere him. Then, he stomped the Green Devil Star Venerate into a mist of blood. He would not let go of so many experience points. After killing the Green Devil Star Venerate, he dropped a bunch of star energy and kill points. Killing a Star Venerate is pretty good. That's how I get more star energy. Tianyan shook his head and looked at the people around him. He discovered that they were all dumbfounded. A mighty Star Venerate had been killed just like that. This was quite shocking to them. The situation has been resolved for now. However, the other factions should be facing similar situations. Compared to that, I have to deal with someone first. Tianyan's gaze was ice cold. Master of Star Origin, they spoke in a daze. When they heard the words Master of Star Origin, they all felt a sense of fear. That's right, it's the Master of Star Origin, Tianyan said calmly. Since he's forced us to this extent, then let's get rid of him first. Once we've dealt with the Master of Star Origin, there won't be any problems. You guys stay here. I'll be leaving first. Tianyan turned around, intending to leave. Things had already reached this point. If he stayed here instead of killing the Master of Star Origin, then he would be too vexed. Lord, Heaven Cloud, Star Venerate. The Heavenly Brahmin, Star Venerate called out to Tianyan. When Tianyan turned around, the Heavenly Brahmin, Star Venerate, knelt on one knee and solemnly said, Our Heavenly Brahmin ancestral land will forever follow Lord Heaven Cloud, Star Venerate. From this day forth, the Heavenly Brahmin ancestral land will pledge allegiance to the Heaven Cloud ancestral land. Good. Tianyan's eyes lit up, and he smiled. I'll let you know that your choice was correct. Not wrong. What? Master of Star Origin. He's not even worth mentioning in front of me. Chapter 2033. Tianyan didn't go to the Star Origin field right away. He still had to manage the Heavenly Cloud ancestral lands affairs, such as returning to make elixirs. He had broken through to become a star alchemist, so he had to make elixirs for his faction. The Heavenly Cloud ancestral lands level was still quite low, and it urgently needed to improve its strength. Except for some high-level members who could force him to pour star energy into them to improve their cultivation, the rest would have to rely on elixirs to improve themselves. Now that he had defeated so many factions, he had gotten many divine medicines, and they were the most suitable for making elixirs. After making elixirs, he could give them to others, and the Heavenly Cloud ancestral land's power would increase greatly. After returning, Tianyan briefly told them what had happened. The Heavenly Brahmin ancestral land's surrender was a happy occasion. But after learning that the Star Origin Master was behind all this, they lost their mood. Facing such a powerful existence, they felt even more pressured. Even though Tianyan was a Star Venerable, he was still worried. After all, the Star Origin Master was a veteran Star Venerable, and it would be difficult to deal with him. Moreover, the Star Origin Master controlled the whole Star Origin field, and with a wave of his hand, he could mobilize all factions at once. He was really powerful. Although Tianyan was a Star Venerable, he didn't have complete control over this area. There were still many factions that he could only cater to on the surface, and no one knew what they were thinking. If they really attacked, these factions would only send a small number of cultivators. It was impossible for them to send all of them. After all, obeying Tianyan didn't mean that they would risk their lives. Risking their lives against the Star Origin field was no different from throwing their lives away. However, the Star Origin Master was different, and he could do whatever he wanted. Otherwise, how could he be called the Star Origin Master? The master of the Star Origin field was the Star Origin Master. Tianyun, what do you plan to do in the future? Shi Shuiyun and the others looked at Tianyun. They wanted to hear what Tianyun had to say. Tianyun glanced at them, and from their eyes, he saw a bit of worry. He smiled faintly and said, "What other plans can I have? I'll head to the Star Origin domain myself and kill the Star Origin Master. It's that simple." "I knew it. You've always been like this." Shi Shuiyun and the others shook their heads. They were not surprised by Tianyun's words at all. Whenever something like this happened, Tianyun would face it head-on alone. They didn't even need to make a move to solve the problem. "What about us? What do we think?" Shi Shuiyun and the others did not want to be a vase. They still wanted to do something for Tianyun. They did not want to stand behind and watch. "There are also many things that you need to do." Tianyun looked at them and said with a smile, "In addition to improving your strength, the other thing is to help me gather the most detailed information." Tianyun briefly explained the situation of the green demon race and the flower of darkness. They also had to be careful, or else they would end up like the Tianfan ancestral land. Information is always the most important. Dig out all the spies and thoroughly investigate the situation of the outside forces. This is the task I'm giving to you. Of course, if necessary, you will personally get rid of them. Tianyun looked at them with a sharp gaze. "Can you do this?" "No problem." They laughed at the same time. Their beautiful eyes were filled with determination and a hint of viciousness. They had never been soft-hearted when it came to doing things. They would kill those who deserved to be killed. They would not be soft-hearted. "Good. All along, you have never disappointed me." Tianyun looked at them. Although they were all women, they could also handle everything well. "Then I'll leave this place to you. I'll head to the Star Origin domain first. Then be careful." Shi Shuiyun's eyes were filled with worry. They did not stop him. They knew that if they did, the consequences would be even worse. If they did not take the initiative to attack, it would be the most dangerous when they attacked. "Don't worry, no one can stop your husband." Tianyun smiled and continued, "I will continue to stay here for a while. I will first refine pills here, and when I'm done, I will move out." Immediately, he began to refine pills using crazy mode to greatly increase the speed of alchemy. Ding! Successfully refined Great Spirit Pill. Reward, 5,000 star energy points. Reward, 100 proficiency. Ding! Successfully refined Great Spirit Pill. Reward, 5,000 star energy points. Ding! Just like in the past, he obtained star energy and proficiency from refining pills, which made him very satisfied. If he continued to refine pills like this, it would not be a problem for him to break through to level 4 Celestial Alchemist. As he continued to refine pills, large batches of pills were refined. Soon, a large number of pills were refined, enough to nurture a group of super elites. Not bad. I can basically create a large group of Star Grandmasters. Tianyun's eyes flashed as he looked at the large number of pills. As long as he distributed them well, nurturing a group of Star Grandmasters would not be a problem. As for becoming a Celestial Lord, that was a bit more difficult. Not only did it require resources, but it also required a certain level of talent. When the preparations were almost complete, Tianyun headed for the Star Domain, a brand new domain. Entering deep into the other party's territory was generally unwise, but if he did not do so, he would be in a passive position. Tianyun had never liked to be passive. Instead, he liked to take the initiative and grasp all the initiative in his hands. At the same time, the Master of Star Origin also received the latest news. There are no signs of life over at Ling Nan's side, the Master of Star Origin asked, his eyes sharp. Yes, we found that their life tokens have been shattered, which means they are all dead. They knelt on the ground, not daring to look up at the Master of Star Origin. Good job. They died over there. There is only one possibility. They were killed by Star Venerate Heavenly Cloud. I'm well aware of their strength. They're not people who can be killed so easily. The Master of Star Origin voiced his deduction. However, there was no anger on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "It seems that he has made a move on his side. I left so many clues. I wonder if he has found them. Based on his character, he seems to like to fight his way through. In that case, I will wait here for him to deliver himself to me. I originally wanted to nurture them for a while longer, but it seems that it is time to reap the harvest." The Master of Star Origin licked his lips as if everything was going as he had expected. It seemed that he had come up with so many plans just to lure Tianyun over. "Pass down my order. Summon all the celestial lords. Whoever dares to disobey will die." The Master of Star Origin slapped his chair and revealed a bright smile. He did not look fierce at all. Instead, there was a hint of sunshine. Chapter 2034. Tianyun soon arrived at the Star Origin Domain. The Star Origin Domain was similar to the burning, desolate region. However, he had to pass through the chaotic region to reach the Star Origin Domain. It was not difficult for Xiao Chun to pass through. He could pass through it easily. Just this disordered region alone was enough to stop a group of cultivators from coming over. To cross the disordered region, not only did one need courage, but one's own strength as well. The most dangerous part of the chaotic region was naturally the cultivators. However, the most difficult part of stopping most cultivators from crossing the two regions was the chaotic region's danger zone. It would be difficult to pass through this danger zone without being a Star Master or above. Even a Star Master would be in danger. Generally speaking, a team would pass through it. Otherwise, they would die if they were not careful. Even if a team passed through, they might be wiped out. Of course, this was not a problem for Tianyun. He could easily pass through it and reach the Star Origin Domain. This is the Star Origin Domain. Sensing the aura here, Tianyun did not feel too strong of an impact. In fact, it was more or less the same. It was just that it was separated. It was not like in the lower realm when Fan Yu went to the deity domain. The plane was actually the same, and the energy contained in it was naturally the same. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to have any sort of impact. After Tianyun arrived in this unfamiliar territory, he started to inquire about this place. It was easy to find information here. He could buy a rough introduction of this place from any random shop. After reading it, Tianyun had a general understanding of the situation here. There were indeed more powerful factions here than the burning desolate region. There were many ancestral lands here. There were at least 10 ancestral land factions, which meant that there were at least 10 Star Venerates. The burning desolate region had at most 5 or 6 ancestral land factions, which was far from this place. The key was that the Star Origin Master had absolute control. In this place, the Star Origin Master was not only called the Master, but he was also called the Divine Guide. The meaning of the Divine Guide was simple and crude. It was to guide them to a stronger future. In this region, the Star Origin Master had a relatively high reputation. He was like a god in their hearts. He was like a god. Basically, everything he did was right. If someone said something wrong about him on the street, he would definitely be beaten up. In serious cases, he would be arrested and sentenced to death. This was the status of the Master of Star Origin. In this place, he could get whatever he wanted. Whoever opposed the star origin master was basically opposing the entire star origin field. This was also the reason why the star origin master's status was so stable here. The star origin master had contributed a lot here. He was very generous and had spread all kinds of martial techniques. He even recruited all sorts of disciples to join him. There were dozens of disciples under him and over 100 in-name disciples. Ordinary star venerables weren't willing to take in disciples. They would only choose people carefully before taking them as disciples. The master of star origin, on the other hand, was different. He recruited all kinds of disciples and nurtured them well. This was because of the star origin star. Of star was different, was star, the master Wu realm, and the origin martial techniques. And masters and star-level star master would give. This was one thing. The most important thing was that the origin master would spread the cultivation methods he had created, which were at least at the star field level. After all, it was unimaginable in the burning, desolate domain. This was crazy. How could it not be crazy to share star field level martial techniques? The star origin master would often distribute all kinds of treasures. But he didn't just distribute them. He held competitions like martial arts competitions. Besides his own disciples, everyone could participate. As long as they got a certain ranking, they would get the corresponding treasures. In addition to these, there were also many arrangements. For example, he arranged missions to exterminate giant beasts, or he helped some small families grow. All these actions were like that of a great lord. How could people not love such a great lord? When he ruled properly, everyone was willing to obey the star origin master's orders. After understanding this, Tianyan couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't expect that his idea had already been implemented. Moreover, it had been implemented by his enemy, the star origin master. He had also spread his influence in the heavenly cloud ancestral land after stabilizing it. Using carrots and sticks was the best way to rule. In order to stand firm, the most basic requirement was to have unparalleled power, not this kind of benevolence. However, if one wanted to stabilize it in the future, one had to use carrots and sticks. If one continued being domineering, one would be overthrown sooner or later. As long as one's experts died or something happened, one would immediately counterattack. This was the reason why one didn't have enough loyalty. For example, the Jade God ancestral land was a good example. It was powerful, but it was too domineering. As a result, other factions didn't have enough loyalty. As a result, there were many who fought back, and there were even fewer who helped out. The star origin master paid more attention to this issue. He wouldn't be domineering just because he was a star venerable. He still took care of other factions. Tianyan couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't known the real situation, he would have been deceived by this guy. The Green Demon Clan can never be changed. Tianyan's gaze turned cold. No matter how much he did, he would just be a puppet for the star origin master. The Green Demon Clan wasn't welcomed here. So, if he wanted to stabilize his influence, he had to do this. He had to stabilize the factions first. Then, he would help him take back everything. I really can't attack the star origin master at will here. Once I attack him, I'll be attacked by all factions. It's no wonder that the star origin master is so stable. It turns out that he has such prestige. After understanding this, Tianyan didn't plan to retreat. Instead, he flew toward the star origin master's region, the star origin divine palace. The star origin master stayed in the star origin divine palace, which was located in the center of this region. The towering tower was the best proof. The tower connected to the stars could be seen in the distance. No one can stop me from killing him. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Eteonian jumped and flew toward the tower. He didn't go to other places or arrange for spies. He didn't want to waste his time. He just wanted to kill. Chapter 2035. All the star venerates of the Star Origin Field had gathered in the Star Origin Divine Palace. There were as many as 11 star venerates, which was a shocking number. Although they were star venerates, they were still waiting respectfully for the Star Origin Master's arrival. They were chatting and laughing with each other. It seemed like they had a good relationship with each other. It seemed like the relationship between the forces here was quite peaceful. They would not start a conflict the moment they met. If it were some other forces, they would have drawn their swords at each other the moment they met. However, there was no such situation here. They seemed very harmonious. It was thanks to the Star Origin Master's management that they were harmonious. Judging from all these circumstances, the Star Origin Lord was simply a wise ruler of his generation. At this moment, the Star Origin Master walked out of the palace. As soon as he walked out, the many star venerates bowed to him with cupped fists. "Greetings, Star Origin Master." Okay, the Star Origin Master walked out with a smile. He looked very peaceful, without any signs of violence. On the surface, the Lord of Star Origin didn't look like a member of the Green Demon clan. In fact, he looked no different from an ordinary cultivator. As one's cultivation got higher, it was not difficult for him to conceal his race. "Star Origin Master, why did you summon us here? Is there something important?" Star Venerate Prosperity walked out and asked about the situation on behalf of the Star Origin Master. Generally speaking, they wouldn't be summoned if it wasn't something important. After all, they were all Star Venerates and had many things to do. If it was not something important, they would be held up. It's not something important, but it's not a trivial matter either. The Star Origin Master sighed deeply. He looked worried. "Recently, my disciple Ling Nan died in the burning desolate realm." "What?" Star Venerate Ling Nan died. They were shocked. Star Venerate Ling Nan's cultivation was not weak. How could he have died outside? Who killed Star Venerate Ling Nan? That's right. There should not be any experts in the burning desolate realm. As long as Star Venerates did not show up, Star Venerate Ling Nan should have been able to escape. Did he fall into some kind of plot? "Star Origin Master, did you find out who killed him?" They all stepped forward. Their gazes were ice cold and filled with murderous intent. They were ready to take revenge at any time. From this, it could be seen that their relationship with Star Lord Lingnan was not bad. "I did find out, but it's a little tricky. He is the new Star Venerable of the burning desolate realm. The Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable." The Master of Star Origin sighed and said, "It's normal for Ling Nen to be punished for offending him, but the price is too great." Heavenly Cloud, Star Venerable. They were taken aback for a moment. Then they all became filled with righteous indignation. They weren't even afraid of Star Venerables. It wasn't just the Master of Star Origin who was here. If they joined hands, they could even deal with a Star Venerable. "Are you talking about the new Star Venerable? A declining region has a Star Venerable. I really don't know what kind of luck he had. I guess there must be smoke rising from his ancestral grave. Even a Star Venerable can come from that barbaric place. It's really strange. How did Star Lord Lingnen offend him? Could it be that he killed his relative?" Their anger was quickly directed towards Yi Tianyun. No matter what the reason was, they were probably filled with displeasure towards Yi Tianyun. There was no expert who didn't protect their own people. They wouldn't compromise no matter what. Actually, we didn't kill his relative. We just wanted Ling Nan to befriend other factions and rope them in to join our faction. However, Heavenly Cloud, Star Venerable was too overbearing. He thought we invaded his territory, so he killed Ling Nan. The Master of Star Origin had a pained look on his face. What? Invaded his territory? This is really funny. Is he the Desolate Burning Lord? He isn't even the Desolate Burning Lord. How can he talk about his faction? That's right. He's so overbearing. Does he think he's invincible? He just became a Star Venerable not long ago, yet he's already so arrogant. Does he want to become the Desolate Burning Lord? It's not easy to become the Desolate Burning Lord. He can't become the Desolate Burning Lord just by being violent. Let's go over there now and kill him to take revenge for Star Lord Ling Nan. All of them wanted to rush over and kill Tianyan one by one. If they joined hands to deal with a Star Venerable, it wouldn't be a problem. There were many late-stage Star Venerables among them, and they believed that they could deal with a newly advanced Star Venerable without any problems if they joined hands. Forget it. Since we offended a Star Venerable, we can only say that it was Ling Nan's fault. The Master of Star Origin waved his hand and sighed. I gathered you here to talk about this matter. I hope none of you will go to the Desolate Burning Realm. If you aren't careful, you will be killed by Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable, and we will suffer great losses. The Master of Star Origin leaned back in his chair with a pained look on his face. How can we let this go? Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable is nothing. Let's join hands and kill him. Master of Star Origin, why don't you come with us and flatten the Desolate Burning Realm? That's right. It's time to let them know the power of our Star Origin field. They shouldn't think that our Star Origin field is easy to bully. That's right. Let's kill Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable together and intimidate the Desolate Burning Realm. They had never thought of occupying the Desolate Burning Realm. That would be equivalent to declaring war against all the factions, and the price would be relatively high. However, with so many Star Venerables dealing with a single Star Venerable, the problem would be easily solved. How can we do that? Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable isn't weak. It will be quite troublesome to deal with him. If there are any casualties, it will be a great loss to our Star Origin field. The Master of Star Origin shook his head. He didn't agree with this proposal. However, the depths of his eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. It seemed like everything was under his control. What's so troublesome about it? If we cooperate with Master of Star Origin's power, Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable will surely be suppressed. Compared to you, what is Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable? While you were shaking the world, he was probably still at an even lower cultivation level. It could be said that they held the Master of Star Origin in high regard and had full confidence in him. Fine. Since you all have said so, let's capture him and bring him back. I will offer him to Ling Nan's soul in heaven. The Master of Star Origin didn't decline anymore. He agreed to their proposal. He stood up and said in a deep voice, "We want to capture him alive, not dead." Cough, 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 cough. The Master of Star Origin suddenly started coughing violently. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. Master of Star Origin, I'm fine. I've been cultivating too much recently, which has caused my aura to be somewhat chaotic. My disciple's death has also caused this situation. I'll be fine after some rest. The Master of Star Origin waved his hand. Master of Star Origin, it seems like you won't be able to make a move. Let us go and capture him ourselves. When they saw the Master of Star Origin's condition, they could only choose to stop him from making a move. Then I'll have to trouble you. The Master of Star Origin waved his hand, looking ashamed. However, there was a ruthless glint in the depths of his eyes. Everything was going according to plan. Chapter 2036. As a matter of fact, I found it disgusting and disgusting. A star, venerable, unexpectedly said such disgusting things. He seemed righteous, and his aura was chaotic. Actually, he didn't dare go to the burning, desolate realm. The person who had appeared was obviously Eteonyon. He had happened to come here and overheard their conversation. When he heard the Master of Star Origins say he wouldn't go, he realized that this guy had said so much just to pave the way for this. The Master of Star Origin didn't dare go to the burning, desolate realm because he was afraid of the Master of the Five Elements mountain. Even though he had broken through to the Star Venerable realm, he still felt terrified. Eteonyon had seen through the Master of Star Origin's real intention. The Master of Star Origin didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he looked at Eteonyon in pleasant surprise. "I didn't expect you to dare come here." The Master of Star Origin was overjoyed. He had thought he would have to go to the burning, desolate realm to capture Eteonyon. He hadn't expected Eteonyon to come here so boldly, and he was pleasantly surprised. His plan had been seen through, but he didn't care. He just wanted Eteonyon to come here. "Are you Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable?" The Star Lords quickly surrounded him to prevent Eteonyon from escaping. Eteonyon didn't move and let them surround him. Since he had come here alone, he wasn't afraid of being surrounded by these Star Lords. "That's right. I'm Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable. You are unexpectedly ruled by a green demon. It's really ridiculous. No matter how the green demons change, he is still a green demon. Such an alien will only put you in danger." Eteonyon sneered. This time, he used a small trick to make you work for him. "Cultivation problems? That's **T. Everything is just an act. How could there be a problem? His aura is very stable. He can even fight 300 rounds without any pressure, let alone fight." Green demon race. They looked at Eteonyon in confusion, as if they hadn't expected him to say such a thing. What a joke. How could I be a member of the Green Demon clan? The Master of Star Origin laughed heartily as he sat on his chair, a calm expression on his face. He didn't care about Eteonyon's words at all. "That's right, don't spout nonsense. How could the Master of Star Origin be a member of the Green Demon race? Not only did you kill Star Sovereign Ling Nan, but you also slandered the Master of Star Origin as a member of the Green Demon clan. You are the most disgusting. You slandered others casually. I didn't expect you to be such a Star Venerable. You don't deserve respect at all." They glared angrily at Eteonyon. Slandering others made them even angrier. Putting aside whether or not you're a Green Demon clan member, your disciple is a Green Demon clan member. Eteonyon extended his hand, and a recording roulette appeared in his hand. Soon, the image of Star Lord Ling Nan appeared before everyone's eyes. In general, it showed Eteonyon peeping from the side, while Star Lord Ling Nan wore a cloak and threatened the Tianfan ancestral land. After a short while, Eteonyon appeared. He took off the cloak and revealed their faces. Star Lord Ling Nan, they recognized him immediately. Even though his clothes were green, they still recognized him easily. After all, his face hadn't changed. Eteonyon was used to recording such things. He didn't know when he could use them. This was why he recorded them casually. He didn't want to miss any information. Now he could use them. He could let them see Star Lord Ling Nan's face. According to Eteonyon's conjecture, the Green Demon clan members would immediately reveal themselves after coming to the burning, desolate realm. They wouldn't be able to conceal themselves even if they wanted to. It was probably the Five Elements Mountain's influence. Otherwise, How could they conceal themselves so well here? That's right. This is your Star-Lordling, Nan. He's a member of the Green Demon Clan. As Master's Master, do you think he doesn't know that Star-Lordling, Nan, is a member of the Green Demon Clan? Eteonion looked at the Master of Star Origin. All the Star Venerates present hated the Green Demon Clan. The Green Demon Clan had wreaked havoc in a large area, including the Star Origin Zone. However, the situation wasn't that serious. The burning, desolate realm dominated. Regardless of whether they wreaked havoc or not, the Green Demon Clan was notorious. No one liked the Green Demon Clan. At this moment, all the Star Venerates looked at the Master of Star Origin. Their hearts actually started to waver. If the Master of Star Origin was really a member of the Green Demon Clan, then they wouldn't listen to his orders. The Green Demon Clan was naturally cunning and extremely xenophobic. They always used other races. As for treating them sincerely, that was like a fart. Facing so many sharp gazes, the Master of Star Origin had a calm expression. He looked at Eteonion and applauded. He smiled and said, "What a good plan. You prepared so many deceptive scenes. Are you trying to sow discord between us? Scenes can be faked. Do you think that he came here without any preparations?" The Master of Star Origin leaned forward and clasped his hands together. He looked at Eteonion and smiled. "Star, Venerate Heavenly Cloud, what a good plan. To think that you could come up with such a sinister plan." That's right. The record roulette can be faked. How could Star Venerate Ling Nan be a member of the Green Demon Clan? We've been in contact with him for so long, but we haven't sensed any aura of the Green Demon Clan. That's right. Do you think we're stupid? We've all sensed the aura of the Green Demon Clan. How could we be wrong? Star Venerate Heavenly Cloud, you really came here to sow discord. First, you said that the Master of Star Origin was a member of the Green Demon Clan. Now, you say that Star Venerate Ling Nan is a member of the Green Demon Clan. What are you trying to do? They glared at Eteonion, the anger in their hearts increasing. That's right. Didn't you say that I'm a member of the Green Demon Clan? Come and check if I'm a member of the Green Demon Clan. The Master of Star Origin stretched out his hand and gestured for the other Star Venerates to come and check. If you really are a member of the Green Demon Clan, you should be able to easily find out. The other Star Venerates looked at each other, but still shook their heads. We believe that the Master of Star Origin is definitely not a member of the Green Demon Clan. The Green Demon Clan is not that kind. They refused to check because they still trusted the Master of Star Origin in their hearts. No. Come and check. Only after you check can you prove everything. The Master of Star Origin gestured for them to come and check. In the end, Star Venerate Flourishing still came to check. He reached out and grabbed the Master of Star Origin's arm. After checking, he shook his head. "I don't sense any aura of the Green Demon Clan." Immediately, another Star Venerate went to check, but he still couldn't find any aura. "There's no aura of the Green Demon Clan at all. You really are slandering me." They all glared at Eteonion. This time, they were sure that Eteonion was lying. No wonder he's sitting here so calmly. It turns out that his body has been modified. It's really difficult to detect him using ordinary methods. Eteonion shook his head. Just now, he had carefully checked with the appraisal eye and could indeed identify that he was a member of the Green Demon Clan. However, it would take some time for him to investigate clearly. This was because the true core of the Green Demon Clan had already been hidden in his soul. As long as he didn't delve deep into his soul, it was impossible to find out. This was the confidence of the Master of Star Origin. Chapter 2037. The The Master of Stellar Origin had been so calm, but it turned out that he had come prepared. He had arranged everything so perfectly that it would be difficult to see through him. Needless to say, the Master of Star Origin was truly treacherous. Tianyan had intended to take advantage of the situation, but who would have expected that the Master of Star Origin would turn the tables on him? From the looks of things, Tianyan probably failed to turn the other star venerates around. So many celestial venerables had checked the Master of Star Essence's body, but they hadn't felt the aura of the green demon race. This made them think that the Master of Star Essence couldn't possibly be from the green demon race. Without a doubt, this was a heavy blow to Tianyan. Not only did it not help them turn the tables, but it also enraged them. Probing the body of a cultivator was actually a rather rude thing to do. Generally speaking, no one would do it casually. Probing someone else's body was tantamount to invading their privacy. They absolutely could not allow others to touch them. The Master of Star Origin was very generous. He allowed them to investigate him so that he could prove his identity. What else do you have to explain? Star Venerable Heavenly Cloud, if you give me a proper explanation, you won't be able to walk out of here. The many star venerates surrounded Xiao Chun and sealed off this place tightly. All of them burst out their dermic incarnations. All of them grade 5 dermic incarnations of high quality, surrounded by 10-odd star venerates, many of them strong star venerates. The pressure was immense. However, Tianyan acted as if he didn't see it. He stared at the Master of Star Origin and said with a calm expression, "Looks like you've been prepared for a long time. Perhaps you've already expected this day to come? I don't understand what you're talking about. I am the Master of Star Origin, not the Green Devil race. Star Venerate Heavenly Cloud. Even if you want to deal with me, you don't have to use such despicable methods, right? If you want to come, just come. Why go through so much trouble?" The Master of Star Origin stood up and said fiercely, "Even if my body can't take it anymore, I will suppress you here today." The Master of Star Origin's aura surged, and the star Dharma idol behind him emerged. It was the Wisdom Monarch of Wind. The Acolytes of Wind was at the 6th level, and it was a top-notch starry aspect. The Acolytes of Wind had nothing to do with the Green Demon race's star aspect, so it could serve as a great cover. Wisdom King of Wind. Tianyan's eyes narrowed. He had thought that the Master of Star Origin wouldn't dare to release his Dharma idol. The Dharma idol that the Green Devil clan worshipped was usually related to the Green Devil clan. Only then could the Master of Star Origin unleash his full power. He didn't expect that the Dharma idol he was using wasn't related to the Green Devil clan. This surprised him. Could it be that the Master of Star Origin had a dual star aspect? Generally speaking, this was not very possible. At least according to the current records, there was no such thing as a dual star Dharma idol. No matter who it was, there would only be one type of star Dharma idol. The star Dharma idol could evolve and improve, but it was impossible for it to have two. However, Tianyan was an exception. The star Dharma idol that he had obtained could be considered an item for use. I don't know why you're the Wisdom King of Wind Star form, but you're a green demon at your core. I'm not wrong, Tianyan said calmly. You're at death's door, yet you still slander me. You're really obstinate. It seems like newly advanced star venerables are quite arrogant. What you said isn't wrong. The Master of Star Origin said calmly, "Capture him alive. You must capture him alive. If you kill him so easily, it will be too easy for him." That's right, capture him alive. Many Star Lords snorted coldly. They had set up an inescapable net here, and there was no way for him to escape. The strong blockade ensured that even the teleportation divine stone wouldn't work on Tianyan, and he wouldn't be able to escape easily even if he wanted to. It seems like you're quite confident in your disguise, Etianyun said with a faint smile. If that's the case, then you're too naive. After he spoke, he quickly took out 2 items. One was the essence of the 5-colored divine stone, while the other was the 5-colored divine blood. Both of them were treasures of the 5-colored divine clan. However, the 5-colored divine blood's effect on him was already negligible. It was the blood of a star venerable, and he was already a star venerable. So what effect could he hope for? However, it wouldn't be a problem if it could strengthen his attributes. However, he didn't take it out for himself. Instead, he wanted to use it to force the other party to reveal itself. These 2 items. How could the Master of Star Origin not know what they were? They were the treasures of his archenemy. Etianyun grinned and dripped the 5-colored divine blood on the 5-colored divine stone. Then, the 5-colored divine stone immediately released dazzling rays of light that spread out in rings. With the support of the 5-colored divine blood, the effects were amplified by several times. If one absorbed it, the effects would surely be quite shocking. This was the true way to use it. However, Etianyun didn't use it for himself. Instead, after he released it, rings of light poured into the Master of Star Origin's body. The Master of Star Origin couldn't block it even if he wanted to. Ah, scoundrel! Scram! The Master of Star Origin shouted. He wanted to block the energy, but it was useless. The 5-colored light seeped into his body and spread out. The many star venerates originally wanted to make a move. However, when they saw the Master of Star Origin's situation, they were stunned. If it were a simple attack, they would definitely help. However, they immediately saw the Master of Star Origin's skin turn green. Long, sharp horns started to appear on his head. It seemed like he was changing. You have nowhere to hide before this energy. Etianyun sneered. Since he dared to come here, did he not come prepared? Die! The Master of Star Origin roared. The power of the bright, wind monarch erupted, sweeping up a hurricane as it rushed towards Etianyun. He wanted to kill Etianyun before he fully recovered his true body. As long as he killed Etianyun and destroyed the 5-colored divine stone, everything would be fine. Etianyun laughed loudly. Don't you want to recover your true body? That's impossible. Let them see your ugly face. Etianyun quickly dodged to the side. Although he was slower than the Master of Star Origin, he had no problem dodging the attack. Boom! The horrifying attack missed. Etianyun hid far away. He continued to release energy from the 5-colored divine stone, forcing the Master of Star Origin to recover his true body. The other star venerates dodged to the side. They were all dumbfounded. Most of them had wanted to rescue Etianyun immediately. However, the speed at which the Master of Star Origin recovered his true body was much faster than them. In the blink of an eye, he recovered part of his true body. Everyone could tell that the Master of Star Origin was a member of the Green Demon race. Chapter 2038. Soon, the Starry Origin Master recovered his true form, exposing the Green Demon race. He could no longer hide his identity. This 5-colored divine stone was like a demon-revealing mirror, revealing the Starry Origin Master's true form. How are you going to quibble this time? Are you going to say that I turned you into a green demon? Etianyun held the 5-colored divine stone as he hid at the side with a mocking expression. What did it mean to take the initiative? This was what it meant to take the initiative. Given the Starry Origin Master's strength, he could crush a group of star venerates. If he killed them, he could obtain a large amount of star energy. However, the Starry Origin Master was unwilling to do so. He knew that these star venerates were being used and deceived. If the Starry Origin Master helped them out of their deceit, they would definitely be grateful to him after the matter was over. It would be equivalent to them owing him a favor. At that time, he would be able to use so many factions. This was what the Starry Origin Master wanted the most. It would be easy to kill them, but their factions would no longer be under his control. This would undoubtedly be a great loss. The most important thing was that they did not have any grudges with Tianyun. Otherwise, they would have started killing without saying a word. Now it was different. All the spearheads turned to the Starry Origin Master. Starry Origin Master, I did not expect you to be a green demon. You deceived us for so many years. That's right. I nearly believed that you were not a green demon. Unexpectedly, you did so well all these years. It was all a scam. Wait, maybe the Starry Origin Master has changed. Although he is a green demon, his mentality has improved. He is no longer a selfish green demon. Some people cursed the Starry Origin Master, but some chose to stand on his side. All these years, the Starry Origin Master's actions spoke for themselves. The Starry Origin Master had contributed many things to this region. No matter what his identity was, at the very least, he had provided help to many factions. This was something that could not be refuted. For a moment, these people actually hesitated, feeling conflicted in their hearts. In their opinion, perhaps the Starry Origin Master had truly changed. Not to mention the other green demons. Perhaps the Starry Origin Master was different from the other green demons and had truly changed. His mentality has changed for the better, become less selfish, and not take advantage of you. Tianyun smiled and looked at them with pity. You are too naive. He wants to use you to attack the realm of burning desolation and remove the 5 elements mountain that suppresses the green demon clan. He doesn't dare to go there himself, so he can only rely on you guys to go there. Isn't that just using you guys? Previously, you said that you had a problem with your cultivation and that it would be inappropriate for you to go and deal with me personally. But now, you look like a lively dragon and a lively tiger, yet you still say that you can't move. What a joke! Tianyun couldn't help but shake his head when he saw how stubborn they were. It was undeniable that some prodigal sons would turn over a new leaf. At the very least, this was not the case for the Lord of Stellar Origin. He had no intention of treating this place as his home. Instead, he wanted to make full use of it. Boom! The Lord of Starrescence's attack surged forth once more. This time, it collided with Tianyun's attack and sent Tianyun flying backwards. Thankfully, he managed to defend himself in time and didn't receive any damage. Tianyun bounced away from the side and continued to spit. Oh, you're still trying to stop me from speaking? Your words don't make any sense. I am sincerely working for this region and sincerely want to change the image of the Green Demon Clan in the hearts of many cultivators, but you are here to destroy it. I, the Lord of Staressence, have done so many things for this region. How could I possibly use them? The Lord of Staressence attacked again and again, but every time he attacked, Tianyun was able to dodge or resist. Although he didn't use his full strength, he still used most of it. However, Tianyun was able to easily resist his attacks, which surprised the Lord of Staressence. However, the Lord of Staressence did not strengthen his attacks. Instead, he held back for fear that he would kill Tianyun. The Star Lords exchanged glances. They couldn't possibly believe the words of an outsider, could they? That's right. The Lord of Staressence has been sincerely working for this faction all these years. He has definitely changed. Don't listen to this guy's lies. Help the Lord of Staressence take him down. Damn it! The Lord of Staressence has always been so good to us. How could he possibly just want to use us? They had always believed that Yi Tianyun's words had made them choose to believe the Lord of Star Essence. They believed that the Green Demon clan would always have a good future, and the Lord of Star Essence was one of them. Soon, their attacks surrounded Yi Tianyun again, their auras all aimed at him. The tables turned again, and the Lord of Star Essence once again gained the upper hand. Yi Tianyun's eyes darkened. It seemed that his actions had failed to provoke them. He had been so good to them all this time that he had completely brainwashed them. However, he was more concerned about the Lord of Star Essence's actions. He keeps trying to capture me alive. What's going on? Yi Tianyun still couldn't figure this out. Logically speaking, his actions should have infuriated the Lord of Star Essence. The Lord of Star Essence would have attacked him with all his might. However, the Lord of Star Essence hadn't done so. Instead, he had suppressed his strength to avoid harming Luo Yunyang. This was what puzzled Luo Yunyang the most. Why did the Lord of Star Essence want to capture him alive? Could it be that the Lord of Star Essence wanted to force something out of him? After thinking about it, Luo Yunyang decided not to think too much about it. After suppressing the Lord of Star Essence, he would know what the Lord of Star Essence wanted to do. It seems that you are still stubborn and naive. In that case, I will shatter your naivety. Yi Tianyun's figure flashed, and the six-colored Emperor Dragon image behind him erupted. The image of a king enveloped the entire area. The might of the unique star Dharma aspect shocked all the star venerates. When they saw that it was a unique star Dharma aspect, they were shocked. They had never seen a unique star Dharma aspect before. It's a unique star Dharma aspect. Furthermore, it's very special. They were all stunned. However, what shocked them the most was Yi Tianyun's speed. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang arrived in front of one of the star venerates and restrained him. The star venerate thought that he was dead for sure. Just as he was about to roar angrily, Yi Tianyun grabbed him by the chest and sent a wave of power into him. In the next second, Yi Tianyun pulled him out. Soon after, a black flower appeared before everyone's eyes. Your Lord of Star Essence really treats you well. This is a flower of darkness. Furthermore, it's a high-grade flower of darkness. It can already control your movements. Yi Tianyun flicked the flower of darkness in his hand. Others might not be able to see it, but he could easily see it with his appraisal eye. Chapter 2039. The flower of darkness was a very terrifying creature. In its early stages, it constantly absorbed vitality and souls. However, after being modified, it could hide in the body and slowly control the entire body. At that time, even if the soul was awake, the body would already be under its control. It would be impossible for the soul to escape. In particular, the flower of darkness could slowly hide in the body. As long as it did not erupt, it was almost impossible to detect it. Otherwise, it would not be called the flower of darkness. It was a flower that hid in the dark. If one was not careful, it would take a big bite and swallow the host. Now, many star venerates had the flower of darkness in their bodies, but they were completely unaware of it. This showed how terrifying the flower of darkness was. With the Star Origin Master's help, everything was done without anyone noticing. When necessary, he could use it to control them. The flower of darkness. When they saw the flower of darkness, their expressions immediately changed. Who didn't know how terrifying this thing was? It could be said that even star venerates would find it difficult to deal with the flower of darkness. If they were not careful, their bodies would be occupied. Now, they had not expected that the flower of darkness had already been planted deep in their bodies. Star Origin Master, I didn't expect you to plant the flower of darkness in our bodies. They roared angrily. The remaining trust in their hearts was immediately hollowed out and replaced with anger. At this time, no one believed the Star Origin Master. Aside from the Star Origin Master, no one could plant the flower of darkness in their bodies without anyone noticing. The Star Origin Master did not explain. Instead, he formed hand seals. Immediately, the flower of darkness in the Star Venerates' bodies bloomed and emerged from their chests. A black flower appeared and covered their upper bodies. Under such circumstances, they were immediately controlled and lost control of their bodies. I really didn't expect you to be able to see through the flower of darkness I planted. It seems that I underestimated you. The Star Origin Master stared coldly at Tianyun. But this is also good. You are worth dealing with. The Star Origin Master formed hand seals. Aside from the Star Venerate, whose flower of darkness had been plucked by Tianyun, the rest were under his control. The Free Star Venerate quickly stood beside Tianyun and said guiltily, "Star Venerate Heavenly Cloud, I'm here to help you. What do you need my help with?" He was incomparably furious. Seeing that his former ally had been controlled, he must have been even more furious. All he wanted to do right now was to join forces with Tianyun and get rid of the Master of Star Origin. In the blink of an eye, they had become allies. If the other Star Venerates had not been controlled, they would have fallen out with the Master of Astral Origin. There's no need. They are just minor characters. Tianyun laughed loudly. As he faced the encirclement, his figure flashed, and he turned into a six-colored emperor dragon. Then he opened his huge maw and sucked, forcefully pulling out the dark flowers in the 10-odd Star Venerates' bodies. Because they had already bloomed, it was quite difficult to pull them out. It would take some time to pull out the flowers of darkness. Dream on. The Master of Astral Origin was both furious and startled. He had not expected Tianyun to have such an ability to pull out so many dark flowers. If this continued, how was he going to control these Star Venerates? He had spent so much effort to plant so many dark flowers, yet they were pulled out just like that. Immediately, the bright wind sovereign behind the Master of Astral Origin sent out countless wind blades, each of which could cleave the ground into a valley. Then, the wind blades frantically flew over. This time, the Master of Astral Origin was truly enraged. Even if he had to beat Tianyun half to death, he would stop him. The Master of Astral Origin could not afford to waste so many outstanding subordinates. The Master of Astral Origin was very strong, but he needed subordinates to control many things, especially when there were so many factions. If he lost so many Star Venerates, how was he going to destroy the Five-Element Mountain? You are finally getting serious. However, that is all there is to it. Tianyun guffawed. However, he had no intention of dodging. If he dodged, he would fail to pull out the dark flowers. He wanted to pull out all the dark flowers in one go and save all the Star Venerates. Get down here. When the Master of Astral Origin saw that Tianyun did not dodge, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. If he was hit head-on by his attack, even if he did not die, he would be crippled, especially when there were so many wind blades attacking fiercely. Every blade would cut into his flesh. Boom, boom, boom. Countless wind blades bombarded Tianyun's huge body. Such a huge body was like a huge target, and it was hard not to hit it. Heavenly Cloud Star Venerate. All the Star Venerates widened their eyes and felt a chill in their hearts. They could not control their bodies, but they were still conscious. They knew that they were being controlled, and they could also see that Tianyun was helping them. But now, Tianyun was being attacked head-on for their sake. Presumably, the situation was very bad. Even if I have to risk my life, I will save Heavenly Cloud Star Venerate. Dragon Peak Star Venerate, who had just been saved by Tianyun, stared at the exploding body, ready to risk his life at any time. He might not be able to help deal with the Master of Astral Origin, but he could help Tianyun escape. However, after the explosion, Tianyun did not fall to the ground. Instead, he stood steadily in the void. His huge body had only suffered minor injuries, which were almost negligible. At that moment, they saw a thick layer of light covering Tianyun's body, which seemed to have neutralized most of the attack. War God's fury! Tianyun had already put on the Starlight War God armor and activated the War God's fury. For a short time, not only did his strength increase by 30 times, but his body could also withstand damage. At the same time, this battle armor could also increase his defensive power, so that he had enough defense to withstand the attack. He's fine. The Master of Astral Origin was shocked. He had not expected that Tianyun would be able to withstand his attack. Most importantly, he had not suffered any injuries. "Come out!" Tianyun bellowed and stepped forward. The War God's fury erupted, and his strength increased significantly. The ground shook violently. At the same time, a large portion of the dark flower, which was being pulled out bit by bit, was pulled out. However, a large portion of the dark flower's roots were still connected to their chests. Roar! Immediately, he spewed out primal chaos flames, which engulfed the many dark flower roots and burned them rapidly. Following that, the dark flower let out a mournful wail before it was devoured by the primal chaos flames and turned into a pile of ashes. After the dark flower was removed, the many-star venerates collapsed to the ground. However, this was not a big deal. With Tianyun's perfect elimination, he could easily deal with the dark flower. Chapter 2040. We can control it now. After the dark flowers were removed, the many-star venerates immediately regained control of themselves. They quickly bounced up and gathered around Tianyun. They basically used Tianyun as the center to face the Astral Origin Master. So many reversals happened in such a short time. Most people would not be able to endure it. This was simply too crazy. It could be said to be a series of reversals. Initially, they had targeted Tianyun. Then, they turned to the Astral Origin Master. Now, the situation was set in stone. The Astral Origin Master had become the enemy of all the star venerates. The Star Origin Lord didn't expect that Tianyun would be able to deal with all the dark flowers so quickly. In his opinion, even if Tianyun could remove all the dark flowers in one go, it would take him a long time. During that time, the Astral Origin Master would have attacked the dark flowers countless times. Perhaps the dark flowers would have already turned into meat paste. This was especially so when the Astral Origin Master interrupted Tianyun's removal of the dark flowers. The dark flowers would return to their original state. Even if Tianyun removed the dark flowers again, he would have to start all over again. It would be extremely difficult. Who knew? Everything exceeded his expectations. Not only could Xiao Chun block his attacks, but he could also quickly remove the dark flowers. It was simply inconceivable that Xiao Chun could do both so easily. This meant that the Astral Origin Master's painstaking efforts would all go to waste. This made him feel heartache and rage. "I will kill you." This time, the Astral Origin Master was truly enraged. He instantly burst out with all his power. The wisdom deity of wind's power reached its peak. A huge wisdom deity of wind soared into the air and brandished the 6 arms on its back. Then it moved its fingers, stirring up a storm. 20 cubes of astral power appeared above the Astral Origin Master. It was extremely strong. This was not over yet. The Astral Origin Master's green demonic race bloodline unleashed its full power. Green scales appeared all over his body, sucking in the surrounding life force and pouring it into his body. Unrivaled power and unrivaled recovery speed. This was simply the combat prowess that all cultivators dreamed of. Not only did the astral origin master possess great strength, but he also had a strong life force that could pour out endlessly. Even if he was injured, he could recover quickly and fight a protracted battle. Even if he couldn't suppress the other party with his strength, he could exhaust the other party to death. As he unleashed his full power, his strength rose steadily, bringing him to a whole new state. Compared to the strength he used to deal with Etianyan, it was much stronger. If there was a multiplier, it was at least 10 times more effective. This was the true power of the Lord of Astral Essence. Previously, he had only been messing around. His main goal was to capture Etianyan alive. But it was different now. He truly wanted to suppress Etianyan with his most ferocious power. As long as he was still breathing, it would be fine, not completely unscathed. Such a strong force immediately put incredible pressure on all the star venerates. The star origin master's power almost suffocated them. They had naively assumed that they could deal with a star venerable if they gathered their power. Now it seemed that he had been too naive. How could he deal with a star venerable, especially a star venerable in the middle stage? Perhaps in the early stages, he could still deal with it. Heavenly Cloud Star Venerable, we have come to help you. They didn't cower. The anger in their hearts had already defeated their fear, and it erupted. It turned into a giant square formation that sealed the star origin master. They wanted to seal him to death. This power, which had been used to deal with Etianyan, was now used to deal with the star origin master. The powerful sealing power closed in on him from all directions, and the star origin master couldn't escape or hide. The sealing power instantly sealed the star origin master. It was as if he was encased in many layers of a cage, and it was difficult to break it. Such a firm cage could indeed seal a star venerable. Get lost! The Lord of Star Essence bellowed as a terrifying power erupted from within his body, shattering the cage that had trapped him. The horrifying energy rebounded on the many star venerates, sending them flying and crashing through the palace. At the same time, they suffered significant injuries. I taught you this, yet you still used it to deal with me. You are really too naive. The star origin master's eyes were bloodshot. He said angrily, I paid a great price to support you, yet you are just a group of ingrates. Why can't you just let yourself be used? Why are you still trying to resist me? Without me, could you have reached your current accomplishments? Since this is the case, I will kill you all, you bunch of trash. The star origin master was really infuriated, and he charged at the star venerates at the side. He wanted to kill all of them, first before dealing with Etianyan. After all, these star venerates had a great fighting prowess. This time, they had used the move taught by the star origin master to deal with him. This was why they had managed to defeat him so easily. If they gathered together and used other moves next time, even though the effects would be mediocre, they would still inflict some injuries on him. This was why the star origin master planned to kill these star venerates first before dealing with Etianyan. Unless Etianyan turned around and fled, the star origin master would deal with the other star venerates first. It's over! When the star venerates saw the star origin master flying over, their faces turned pale. For a moment, they had forgotten to use the move taught by the star origin master. Just as they were about to despair, a figure appeared in front of the star origin master and stomped heavily on him. Dom! The berserk stomp sent the star origin master flying. He tumbled in the air several times before coming to a stop. However, by the time he came to a stop, he was already hundreds of kilometers away. Have you forgotten that I'm here? Etianyan's figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. The huge figure of the six-color emperor dragon couldn't be ignored. However, the Star Origin Master wanted to kill the other star venerates first before dealing with Etianyan. In that case, I'll start with you. The Star Origin Master was furious. Originally, he did not want to rush to suppress Etianyan. However, now that Etianyan had delivered himself to him, he naturally would not stand on ceremony. You want to start with me, with just this bit of strength. How naive, compared to Star Venerate Deity Jade. You are not much stronger. Etianyan laughed loudly. He opened his huge mouth and ruthlessly swallowed 5 cubic meters of the Star Origin Master's stellar power. The increase in his cultivation base and level had greatly increased his devouring power. In one breath, he had forcefully devoured 5 cubic meters of the Star Origin Master's stellar power. This meant that he had directly weakened the other party's strength by 15 times. How could he not feel satisfied? After devouring, Etianyan's stellar power immediately increased to 25 cubic meters. Of course, this was not the end. The Starlight Deity's phantom appeared behind Etianyan again. Under the Starlight Deity's special effect, his stellar power increased by another 3 cubic meters, reaching 28 cubic meters. This was definitely a new record, but was it over just like that? Of course not. Etianyan opened his huge mouth at the other star venerates and swallowed them again. Let me borrow your stellar power. Chapter 2041. Etianyan opened his mouth and swallowed the star power of 2 star monarchs in a row. His star Dharma idol had reached the 3rd level, which meant he could devour the star power of 3 star lords. As they swallowed, the 2 star venerates lost all their astral energy. However, Etianyan only gained 2 cubic meters of star power, which was already the limit. The star power of a star lord and a star venerable were 2 completely different concepts. It was even more difficult to increase the star power of a higher level. After devouring them, he could increase his star power to 30 cubic meters. 30 cubic meters of star power was equivalent to increasing his fighting prowess dozens of times. It was absolutely shocking. 30 cubic meters of star power. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. They hadn't expected that Etianyan could increase his power to such a level. It was far beyond their imagination. The Master of Star Origin was scared out of his wits. He had thought that Etianyan only had an advantage in the burning desolate realm. He had thought that Etianyan was just a greenhorn in front of him. Now it seemed that he had been too naive. The truly powerful one wasn't him, but Etianyan, God of War's fury. Etianyan released the Starlight God of War's power once again. He instantly turned into a God of War's Emperor Dragon. Most importantly, his whole body emitted a dazzling light attribute power. He seemed to have turned into a sharp arrow that pierced toward the Master of Star Origin. A giant light dragon head whizzed out like a giant star. Chaos Fury Dragon! Etianyan shouted angrily and released his strongest killing move. This time, the dragon head turned into a giant attack that engulfed the Master of Star Origin. When the Master of Star Origin's attack came into contact with Etianyan's attack, it melted and turned into light spots. It didn't have any destructive power. Under the effect of the God of War's fury, the enemy's damage was greatly reduced. The most important thing was the 30 cubic meters of star power, which increased his fighting prowess by nearly 70 times. It was unknown how much more powerful he was than the Master of Star Origin. Even if the Master of Star Origin was a star venerable at the intermediate stage, it didn't matter. The 30 cubic meters of star power was enough to terrify him. The Star Origin Master was very powerful, but he was only slightly stronger than Star Venerate Jade Divinity. Even Star Venerable Jade Deity had been suppressed by him, let alone a mere Master of the Star Origin. Tianyun had absolute power, which was why he had come here alone. Whatever schemes and plots, he would just crush them all. Break. The Lord of Star Essence roared as he fought with Tianyun. However, the hurricane that his wisdom monarch of wind stirred up was no different from a cool breeze in front of Tianyun. It had no effect at all. Boom. The terrifying dragon claw trampled the Lord of Star Origin and crushed him to the ground. The wisdom deity of wind dissipated, and the wisdom deity of wind's Dharma idol in the star domain dimmed. Everything was easily suppressed by a single move. After the explosion subsided, a massive footprint appeared on the ground. In the center of the footprint lay the Lord of Star Origin. Due to his bloodline, his powerful recovery ability allowed him to survive. However, only his head was left, so he barely survived. If it weren't for his powerful recovery ability, not even his head would have been left. However, he wasn't dead, which was no different from being dead. Tianyun returned to his original body and landed next to the Lord of Star Origin. He exclaimed in surprise, you didn't die even after all that. It seems you're quite tenacious. However, it just so happens that I can search your soul and see what you're thinking. If he searched the Lord of Star Origin's memories while he was weak, he would be able to obtain many of them. Then, he grabbed the Lord of Star Origin's head and started searching his soul. Before the soul search began, the Master of Star Origin stared at Lin Ming in horror. Just who are you? How can you be so strong? I've never seen such a powerful move, such a powerful ability. You don't need to know that. Tianyun couldn't be bothered to explain. He started searching the Lord of Star Origin's soul and quickly found some basic information. As for the rest, he couldn't search the Lord of Star Origin's soul. No matter how strong a soul was, it would be turned into an idiot by him. No matter how strong a soul was, it was still just a soul, and it would collapse after a few soul searches. It was only because the Lord of Star Origin's soul was strong enough that he could search the Lord of Star Origin's soul several times and obtain more information. While he was searching the Lord of Star Origin's soul, the Lord of Star Origin got up and looked at him in horror. The Lord of Star Origin, who was so powerful, had been defeated so easily. Now, his soul was being searched. Such treatment was really terrifying. When the Lord of Star Origin recalled the cage technique they had used to trap Tianyun, he found himself too naive. Fortunately, Tianyun hadn't killed them. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to survive. They believed that they wouldn't be able to block that move, and that they would surely be blasted to smithereens. What Lord of Star Origin? They were just ants before Tianyun. He's too strong. He's really too strong. Such a powerful star venerable actually appeared in the burning desolate domain. It's unbelievable. Where did he come from? I remember that a unique star Dharma idol appeared a long time ago. Could it be him? How is it possible? That was just awakened. How could it be the heavenly cloud, star venerable? I don't believe that he managed to become a star venerable in such a short time. They started discussing the matter, and their gazes became more respectful as they looked at Tianyun. They didn't plan to leave. After Tianyun finished searching the Lord of Star Origin's soul, he got lost in his thoughts. Surprise flickered in his eyes. I didn't expect that he would have such an ability. No wonder Tianyun was surprised by the Lord of Star Origin's memories. The reason the Lord of Star Origin had spared his life was that he wanted to seize his unique star Dharma idol. Star Dharma idols could be seized. Even though they had to pay a high price, it was still worth it for a high-grade star Dharma idol. For example, the reason the Lord of Star Origin had a level 6 star Dharma idol, the Bright Wind King, was because he had seized someone else's star Dharma idol. Since he could only have one star Dharma idol, his previous one had been replaced and couldn't be recovered. Unless the Lord of Star Origin seized someone else's body and replaced it, he would have his current star Dharma idol. The reason the Lord of Star Origin had been able to hide here for so many years peacefully was that he had relied on other star Dharma idols to hide from others. Unfortunately, no matter how the star Dharma idol changed, it was still a green demon deep down. If he changed his body, Eteonyon wouldn't be able to recognize him. Of course, no matter how he changed, his soul was still a green demon, unless he changed his soul. But if he changed his soul, would he still be himself? Chapter 2042. Eteonyon found a lot of useful information from the Master of Star Origin's memories. Apart from knowing why he had been captured alive, there were other secrets as well. For example, what kind of role did the Master of Star Origin play here? After learning some of the information, Eteonyon had a general understanding of the situation. At the very least, he was no longer completely clueless and clueless. So what's going on? The green demon race is really ambitious. After so many years, they still haven't gotten rid of their ambition to conquer this world. Eteonyon shook his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Other people who occupied this area wouldn't do anything outrageous, such as enslaving everyone or killing non-humankind beings. For example, the Jade God's ancestral land would only suppress other forces or enslave a portion of them. As for the green demon race, it was completely different. If they could not enslave anyone, then they would kill them all. It was that simple. It was precisely this kind of outrageous behavior that caused many powerhouses to be disgusted and attack them. After all, swapping powerhouses was a common occurrence. For example, if it had been any other master, as long as they did not kill indiscriminately, they would not have cared. To put it bluntly, as long as they were treated well, they would not resist too much. The green demon race's xenophobic nature caused them to be completely ostracized. This was related to the green demon race's situation. They were similar to the evil spirit race in that they could increase their own strength by devouring others. Under such circumstances, apart from them, all other cultivators were equivalent to food, who would make friends with their own food. As a result, the resulting conflict would be magnified infinitely. After searching the Master of Star Origin's soul, Eteonyon crushed the Master of Star Origin's head, causing it to turn into a bloody mist that dissipated. Ding! Successfully killed the Master of Star Origin. Obtained 120 million star energy points and 200 slaughter points. Obtained Acalanus of Wind Star Aspect, Level 6, Green Demon Race Bloodline, Rare, Green Demon Race Core. Ding! Successfully completed the main mission, Destroy the Master of Star Origin. Obtained 50 million star energy points and 1 chance to evolve the system, accumulable. The main mission had been easily completed, and the rewards were equally generous. Especially when the system had a chance to evolve, it was actually a chance to level up. Now that he had accumulated 3 chances to level up, he could level up one of his skills by 3 levels in a row. This would undoubtedly save him a large amount of star energy, but it wouldn't be worth it to use it during the early stages of the game. Of course, this was not the key. The key was that it could be used to enhance Crazy Mode. If he wanted to upgrade Crazy Mode, he would need to evolve 3 times to upgrade it. Very good, level up for me. Eteonyon did not delay leveling up. Instead, he used it to level up. He would level up sooner or later anyway, so there was no need to delay it any longer. Ding! 3 system upgrades have been deducted, replaced with 1 upgrade to Crazy Mode upgrade. Ding! Successfully upgraded to Crazy Mode. All effects increased to 25 times. Can be used to increase the speed of alchemy, taking elixirs, carving star runes, forging, etc. 25 times. Originally, his effect was 12. 5 times. Now, it was equivalent to doubling, reaching 25 times. Come to think of it, it was not as powerful as the improvement of star power. If he used it to devour star power, his fighting prowess would definitely increase by several dozen times, far surpassing the effects of crazy mode. Of course, this was only for now. If he continued to upgrade it, the multiplier would definitely be astonishing. Moreover, in terms of practicality, crazy mode would have more effects. It could be used for alchemy and other things. It was simply an all-rounder. Ding! Successfully accepted the main mission, eradicate the Green Demon Clan's lair. Obtained 100 million star energy points, 2 chances to upgrade the system, accumulable, and a brand new equipment set. A brand new main mission appeared, and Eteonian squinted. As expected, it required him to eradicate the Green Demon Clan's lair. The previous mission was just an appetizer. He would first eradicate the green demons outside, and then he would start with the green demons inside. It seems like this is just the beginning. Eteonian's expression was grave. He had obtained more information about the Green Demon Clan's lair from the Master of Star Origin's memories. The Green Demon Clan's lair had many powerhouses. If the 5-element mountain had not suppressed them, a large number of powerhouses would have probably rushed out. There were many Star Lords, and many of them were Star Venerables. If they were released, it would really be a nightmare for this region. No one knew where the 5-element mountain's master had gone. Thus, once the green demons were released, the consequences would be quite terrifying. But now, such a difficult mission had been handed over to him. It would be much more difficult for him to personally deal with the Green Demon Clan's lair than to eradicate the Master of Star Origin. Because the Master of Star Origin had switched to another celestial Dharma idol, his true power had not been revealed yet. If he had been able to perfectly match his original celestial Dharma idol, Eteonian would have probably fallen into a bitter struggle. Lord, Heavenly Cloud, Star, Venerable, many thanks for your help this time. If it weren't for you, we would have been eliminated long ago. We know that no matter how much we say, it will be meaningless, and we won't be able to make up for our previous rudeness towards you. Thus, we have decided to serve you as the new Master of Star Origin. We will listen to your orders. The dozen or so Star Lords circled around Eteonian, and their words were very tempting. In the twinkling of an eye, he had become the Master of Star Origin. Did it mean that he could control this place? Won't the others object to me becoming the Master of Star Origin? Eteonian said, looking at them with a smile. How could they object? The Master of Star Origin had a high prestige, but that was in the past. Now it's the green demons, the hated green demons. What they did in the past was just to make use of us. After we announce it, no one will object to you. That's right. With us in control, there won't be any mishaps. This is our compensation for what we have done. They had decided to support Eteonian, even if it was just to meet him. You trust me to manage you? Eteonian said with a smile. You didn't kill us. You even saved us. Your broad-mindedness is enough for you to become the Master of Star Origin. That's right. If it were other Star Venerables, they would have killed us out of anger. But you are different. You chose to explain things to us and free us from your control. Just because of this, our lives are yours. They were extremely grateful. As they thought about it carefully, they realized that Eteonian was so powerful that he could kill them easily. But Eteonian hadn't done that. Instead, he had saved them. Chapter 2043. Faced with the loyalty of so many Star Venerates, Eteonian rejoiced in his heart. This was his original intention. Why had he saved them time and again instead of killing them? It was all for the sake of this scene. If he wanted them to immediately pledge loyalty to him or have a favorable impression of him, he naturally had to save them. If not for this, he would not have bothered to save them. After saving them, he would definitely be able to control a faction here. However, he had not expected the results to exceed his expectations, allowing him to directly become the Star Origin Master. Becoming the Star Origin Master meant gaining complete control of this place. How could he not be happy? This was tantamount to taking the faction that the previous Star Origin Master had set up as his own. This was akin to benefiting others. It had to be said that the dead Star Origin Master was truly pitiful. He had set up so many things, yet Eteon had easily snatched them away. To achieve such an effect, not a single thing could have been missing. Not only did this require the Star Origin Master's arrangements, but it also required Eteon to show mercy. Of course, it also required Eteon's strength. Without great strength, even if they were saved, they would not serve Eteon as the Star Origin Master. Good. Then I will become the Star Origin Master of this place. Since I just came into contact with this place, I am not very familiar with it, so I will need you all to assist me. Eteon smiled and said, however, compared to the previous Star Origin Master, I will be more generous. I will let you all know that serving me as the Star Origin Master will only make your future brighter. If he wanted to maintain his position, he would have to put in more effort than the previous Star Origin Master. At the very least, he would have to put in more effort to maintain his previous state. This was a combination of carrot and stick. Only this way could the faction become more stable. In that case, let us look forward to it. The many Star Venerates smiled. Actually, they were also somewhat worried, not knowing whether Eteon could manage this place well. However, now that things had come to this, they needed a Star Origin Master. Otherwise, this place would easily descend into chaos. Soon, the news that the previous Star Origin Master was from the Green Demon race spread, shocking all the cultivators in the Star Origin domain. No one had expected the Master of Star Origin, who had treated them so well, to be a member of the Green Devil race. At first, some people thought that it was a lie. However, with so many Star Venerates testifying, it was different. After carefully studying the martial arts provided by the Origin Star Lord, he discovered that this martial art was not a simple martial art, but a martial art of the Green Demon race. After learning it, it would be easier for him to control the Green Demon race. Under such circumstances, it was like a huge bomb had exploded beside many cultivators. This could be said to be earth-shattering news. The Master of Star Origin, who had always been revered by tens of thousands of people, had originally planned to use them. The one who developed this martial art was none other than Eteon. Under his analysis, he completely dismantled the martial arts and then linked them to the martial arts of the Green Demon race. Then he would know which martial arts had been modified. It had to be said that the Origin Star Lord was truly sinister. He planned to control everyone. He seemed to be kind, but he was actually vicious and merciless. With so much shocking information thrown at them, everyone's favorable impression of the Master of Star Origin immediately fell to the freezing point. Under such circumstances, Eteon appeared out of nowhere and said that he would be the one to kill the Master of Star Origin. Only then would they know that the Master of Star Origin was a member of the Green Demon race. After a series of preparations, Eteon became the Master of Star Origin very smoothly. A group of people even welcomed him to take the position. Different orders brought about different effects. If Eteon was directly announced as the Master of Star Origin, there would definitely be a lot of resistance. However, things were different now. After tarnishing the reputation of the original Master of Star Origin, Eteon took the position, and helped to kill the Master of Star Origin. The effect was completely different. This was equivalent to saving them from disaster. There was almost no resistance. On the contrary, people welcomed Tianyan to take the position. Of course, this was just the beginning. After Tianyan took the position, he immediately started distributing all kinds of martial techniques. They were all star sector-level martial techniques, and there were even more of them. There were as many as 3 of them. They were much more generous than what the Master of Star Origin had done. Tianyan had just taken the position, and he immediately started giving benefits. This was something that people would definitely welcome. Even if there had been some resistance, there was no resistance now. Tianyan had a lot of star sector-level martial techniques. He had killed many star venerates and even several star venerates. He had found many treasures in their astral rings. Hence, it was very easy for him to casually take out a few martial techniques. As for the others, such as the selections, the rewards were increased by several times to stimulate more newcomers to join. It was very easy to stabilize a faction. One just had to give enough benefits. As long as one gave enough benefits, there would not be much resistance. After all, everything was based on benefits. If there was a conflict of interest, they would resist. If there was no conflict of interest, and he gave them benefits, they would support it. Of course, the main reason was that the Master of Star Origin was a green demon. The influence he brought was too great. Hence, it was like everyone kicking a man when he was down. This made it very easy for Tianyan to take the position. If the Master of Star Origin had not caused any trouble, Tianyan would not have been able to get rid of the resistance easily. After all, loyalty was not something that could be dismissed with just some benefits. Next, Xiao Chen had to take control of all the information here and understand everything. I can't split myself up. I can't just keep staying here. It won't work if I let Xueyun and the others manage it. Tianyan shook his head. It was impossible to let Xueyun and the others manage it. The many star venerates would only acknowledge him. They would not approve of anyone else managing it. Therefore, it was unlikely that he would be able to leave for a long time. After all, this place could not be without a leader. Sometimes one needed to stay for a while. Never mind. I'll check the spoils of war first. Tianyan checked the Master of Star Origin's astral ring. With his power, he could easily remove the imprint and check the contents of the astral ring. After casually looking through it, Xiao Chen opened his eyes wide and said, "Jade Soul Stone." He found the Jade Soul Stone in the Master of Star Origin's astral ring. He had only casually looked through it. He had not expected to find the Jade Soul Stone. I didn't expect to find the Jade Soul Stone here. This way, I can refine a clone. With the clone's control, won't I be able to easily manage this place? Chapter 2044. This is really a pleasant surprise. Tianyan started to refine a clone right away. He took out the energy nascent soul again. The small nascent soul floated above his palm, emitting a surging energy. This was a top-notch special treasure, which was equal to an extra life. How could it not be tempting? Then he took out the 9 cycles, star grass, and the Jade Soul Stone right away and started to refine it. It was actually quite easy to refine it. He just needed to throw all of them into his body and refine them. He didn't need any forging techniques. He just needed to fuse them with his body. Then he threw all the materials into his inner world and started to refine them. After throwing the 3 materials into his body, the Jade Soul Stone and the 9 cycles star grass started to flow into the energy nascent soul. After the fusion, the energy nascent soul started to melt. It turned into liquid energy and flowed into Tianyun's limbs. Everything felt like there was a warm current flowing through his body. Soon, the liquid flowed all over his body, including his soul. Then he felt a tearing pain in his soul. The tearing of the soul was not a good feeling. Etienne turned pale. The tearing pain of the soul was quite unbearable, especially when the soul was split in two. The pain was even more shocking. However, Etienne didn't say anything, as if it wasn't his soul that was being torn. Soon, his soul was torn in two. At the same time, a gust of energy flowed out of his body and took shape quickly. Soon, a black-clothed Etienne appeared next to him. Both his appearance and aura were exactly the same as Etienne's. Even his cultivation was still in the early stage of the Star Venerable realm. The most monstrous thing about an energy-nascent soul was that it could copy everything, including a powerful cultivation base. This meant that there would be another Star Venerable soon. How could Star Venerable Jade Divinity not take the risk? However, the tearing of the soul would take some time to recover. Anyway, it was a tearing of the soul. Although the two were still one, it was still a kind of injury. When he recovered, Etienne would have a complete soul again. And it wasn't just one soul, but two complete souls. That was why it was said that he had an extra life, a full 2 lives. Is that enough? Etienne took a deep breath and looked at himself beside him with a smile. At the same time, the other party smiled. Everything was under his control. I have the power of 2 Star Venerables. As long as there isn't a super expert, can anyone obstruct me? Etienne looked at his clone, which also had a unique star dharma. However, there was one thing he didn't have, and that was the system. Although the system had copied everything over to Zhang Xian, the system was unable to copy everything over to Zhang Xian. It could only copy things that were unique to Zhang Xian. But even if there wasn't, that wasn't the main point. In any case, it was enough that his clone also had a powerful and unique Star Dharma idol. Very good. This time, I don't have to worry about being unable to split myself. Etienne smiled as he shook his head. Soon after, he began to meditate and recover. He had just created his doppelganger, so naturally, he had expended a lot of energy. Most of it was on his soul, so he needed to rest. When his main body and his clone sat down to recover, Etienne immediately felt the double recovery effect. Especially when he was close to them, he could clearly feel that his recovery speed had become stronger. Maybe it was because they were close to each other that the double recovery effect was brought about. This made Etienne feel pleasantly surprised. No wonder so many people were fighting over this treasure. It seemed like he hadn't suffered a loss. While he was recovering, he suddenly felt a vibration coming from his star ring. He quickly took out the token from his star ring. He found that the token given to him by the 5-colored holy race had started to buzz crazily. This meant that the 5-colored holy race was in trouble and was asking for his help. Something happened to the 5-colored holy race so quickly. Etienne frowned. The clan master had said that there wouldn't be any problems for the time being. He hadn't expected that something like this would still happen. He immediately thought of the Master of Star Origin situation and guessed, could it be that this happened because the Master of Star Origin died? He didn't think that everything was airtight. Perhaps it was the Master of Star Origin's death that caused the Green Demon race to go crazy. After all, if they didn't go crazy, there wouldn't be a chance. No matter what the situation was, Etienne's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Even his doppelganger had disappeared along with him. Etienne didn't go alone. Instead, he took his clone with him. There was nothing to do here for the time being, so it wasn't a problem for him to leave for the time being. Especially when dealing with the Green Demon race, he was afraid that he would encounter a strong enemy. Bringing an extra clone was equivalent to having another powerful trump card. it had to be said that it felt good to have a clone again. This way, he would have another powerful trump card. He had clones in the lower realm before, but those were all fake. This was the real one. In the blink of an eye, Eteonion was teleported to the 5-element mountain area. He had marked the teleportation location long ago. He didn't know how long it would take for him to fly over. It was a good thing to be able to race against time. As he passed through the secret passageway, he entered the interior of the 5-element mountain. When he entered through the transmission array, the outside was empty. There was no one there. He immediately had a bad premonition and quickened his footsteps. After passing through the main hall of the temple, he discovered that there was not a single person here. Under normal circumstances, in times of emergency, some of the weaker clansmen would be sent here in order to preserve the new power. But now no one was here. The key was that there weren't even any guards. There were still guards before. Could something serious have happened? Eteonion's gaze darkened, and he quickly rushed out. When he rushed out, he was completely stunned. In front of him was not the 5-colored god races area, but an empty space. The entire 5-colored god races area had disappeared. In this small world, there was only this temple left. The small world was originally so big, but there was not a single person, not even a house. Was it moved away? Eteonion looked around, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that there were traces of cutting, as if it had been ruthlessly dug away. There were no traces of battle here, only traces of energy fluctuations. Chapter 2045. Eteonion didn't stay for long and quickly headed to the outside area. After walking out of this small world, what greeted his eyes was naturally the familiar scene. The outside was surrounded by multicolored stones, and a steady stream of energy was coming in to seal off the escape of the green demon race. He looked up and saw a huge green light barrier in the area in front of him. From the outside, it was blurry, and he couldn't see anything clearly. When he saw the green demon race surrounding it and constantly releasing green energy, he knew that the multicolored god race must be trapped inside. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 1,000 green demon race members densely packed together, and all of them were at the level of Master Xing. Master Xing was like a common street here, covering such a vast area. Compared to the green demon race, the multicolored god race was really too shabby. They weren't even on the same level. There were too few experts in the multicolored god race. In this situation, they still chose to seal the green demon race. They were truly courageous. Now, the problem was obvious. The powerful green demon race easily surrounded the multicolored god race, easily sealing off their escape route. It seems that the green demon race really has a lot of experts. This part shouldn't be all out. Eteonion looked at the green demon race. Although there were a lot of them, he felt that not all of them were out. He didn't think too much about it and directly flew to the area where the multicolored god race was trapped. At the same time, inside the green light barrier, the multicolored god race clansmen were trapped. They were surrounded by a large number of green demon race members, sealing off the surrounding area. There was almost no way for them to escape. It's time to end this. Hand over the key, and I will spare your life. The leader was the green demon star, Venerable. A powerful aura enveloped the surroundings, and behind him was the green demon god star image. After forming a perfect combination, his aura was not inferior to that of the master of star origin. In particular, this green demon star Venerable's cultivation was only at the early stage. His aura here was comparable to that of the master of star origin. Hand over the key. Do you think that's possible? Patriarch G sneered, not the slightest bit afraid. None of the clansmen behind him revealed any fear. From the moment they became the protectors of this place, this kind of situation could happen, so they were not afraid. Whether it was Kai Shui or Kai Yun, they didn't show the slightest bit of timidity. They even stood at the front with an expression of facing death calmly. The rest of the elders were prepared to fight to the death. As for handing over the key, that was impossible. You really are loyal dogs. The person who saved you has yet to appear. Is it worth it to sacrifice yourself for him? Perhaps he did save you, but if he sends you to your deaths now, what's the difference between that and not saving you at all? Evildoer, don't try to mislead us with your lies. Sir is not someone you can slander. No matter what the result is, we will accept it. Patriarch G sneered. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't be so long-winded. There were many green demons around them. There were 5 star lords, and one of them was a star venerable. This was equivalent to sending out half of the star source domain's experts. It had to be said that the tiny green demon race possessed such a powerful force. How did he cultivate to be able to cultivate so many experts? You really won't come to your senses. If you keep killing, the 5-colored holy race won't have anyone left. Green demon. Star Venerable glanced at the 5-color divine race. The current 5-color divine race had fewer people than the 5-color divine race that Etianyan had saved before. These people were the ones who had been sacrificed. They were all elders or deacons. At least 100 people had died, which wasn't a large number. However, the 5-colored holy race didn't have many people to begin with. Patriarch G and the others had been forced to ask for Etianyan's help in the end. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bothered Etianyan to come over. Now that they saw a star venerable, they hoped Etianyan wouldn't come over. Etianyan was strong enough to deal with star lords, but he wouldn't be able to deal with a star venerable. Big brother, I hope you won't come over to save us. The green demon, Star Venerable, is too strong. Kai Shui put her palms together. She hoped Etianyan wouldn't come over. I hope so. Kai sighed deeply. She couldn't get rid of Etianyan's figure in her mind. Every time she thought about it, she felt tempted. But at the moment, she didn't want to see that figure appear. She was looking forward to it, but she also didn't want it to appear. It was quite contradictory. After all, there were so many strong people. If only Etianyan showed up, what would be the point? Patriarch G took a deep breath. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Kill. Patriarch G spat out one word. All of the green demon, Star Venerable's clansmen, jumped up instantly. They picked up their weapons and got ready to fight. Patriarch G took the lead and charged toward the green demon, Star Venerable. Even if his power was so weak in front of a Star Venerable, he wouldn't choose to retreat at the last moment. They would rather die standing than live kneeling. You're really stubborn. Go to hell. The green demon, Star Venerable's eyes were cold. I don't believe that I can't find the key to unlock it. The key to unlock. It was obviously not the passage to the divine temple. They could also get out of that passage. What they needed to do was unlock the lair. The passage that connected it to this place was the biggest difficulty. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a gigantic figure stomped down on the green light shield, causing it to explode. The green light shield that was initially trapping them disappeared into thin air, just like that. What appeared was a huge 6-colored emperor dragon, which towered over everyone. It's Big Brother, Kai Shui exclaimed. Such a familiar aura. Who else could it belong to besides Etianyan? You're just a bunch of trash. How dare you be so presumptuous? It was Etianyan who appeared. The huge figure crushed the light shield with one foot and crushed all the Star Venerables outside. It wasn't over yet. The huge figure continued pressing down. Wherever it landed, a large number of green demon Star Venerables were crushed, including several Star Venerables. The strong Star Venerate was like an ant exploding with one stomp. The green demon, Star Venerable's eyes narrowed. He said in shock, "Who is this?" Tianyan didn't answer him. He continued sweeping the green demon, Star Venerable, around him in half. A large number of green demon Star Venerables died and turned into piles of star energy that flowed into his body. "How dare you ignore me? No matter who you are, this is not a place where you can be presumptuous." The green demon, Star Venerable's power erupted. The green demon god's Star Dharma Laksana rose, and the star power of 16 directions gushed out from the top of his head. The power of a Star Venerable descended. The faces of the five-colored divine race turned pale, and they hurriedly shouted, "Sir, run! This is a Star Venerable." Kai Yun shouted, indicating for Tianyan to run. Star Venerables didn't have any resistance. Chapter 2046. The clansmen of the five-colored holy race did not know that Tianyan had already become a Star Venerable. They only knew he was a powerful Star Lord. It was not surprising that such a powerful Star Lord could crush other Star Lords. Tianyan had already achieved this. As for him becoming a Star Venerable, they had never thought about it. After all, it was too difficult to become a Star Venerable. They wanted Tianyan to run away, but Tianyan did not take the green demon, Star Venerable, seriously. Although he was a Star Venerable, he was not a stable Star Venerable. He was just a weak Star Venerable. He wanted to break through to Star Venerable by force. This kind of Star Venerable was also a Star Venerable, but he was much weaker than a normal Star Venerable. Of course, he was much stronger than a normal Star Lord. If all Star Lords were given a chance to break through to Star Venerable, and it was said that they would be weaker than a normal Star Venerable, they would all try their best to break through. After all, it was too difficult to break through to Star Venerable. It was not easy to break through. So, it would be great if they could break through. There was no need to worry about what would happen next. As long as they broke through to Star Venerable, they would be more powerful than billions of people. They would be stronger than most Star Lords. What would they worry about? However, this was even more disdainful for Tianyan. He was too weak. He was much weaker than the Star Venerables he had to deal with. He was not even a Star Venerable in the middle stage. He was equal to a powerful Star Lord. So, it was a joke to ask him to run away. He could even fight a Star Venerable in the late stage, let alone such a trash Star Venerable. He broke through to Star Venerable by force without even a two-layered Star Dharma. He is really a fake Star Venerable. Tianyan shook his head. To break through to Star Venerable, he had to have a two-layered Star Dharma. The green demon, Star Venerable, in front of him only had a one-layered Star Dharma, so its power was much weaker. Shameless boasting. A trifling human dares to get involved? You really overestimate yourself. Green demon, Star Venerable, snorted coldly. He was completely unaware that he was trash in Tianyan's eyes. The green demon Star Venerate, who had transformed into a green demon god, wielded a powerful force and pressed down on Tianyan. The terrifying power made Ji family leader and the others pale. At this point, it was too late for them to stop Tianyan from escaping. They could only watch as Tianyan was suppressed. All right, stop being so long-winded. Go and accompany your clansmen. Tianyan couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on him. With a stomp, an even more berserk force descended, plunging the entire area into darkness. A feeling of helplessness welled up in Green Devil Star Venerate's heart, as well as fear. Star Venerable. He could clearly feel Tianyan's powerful Star Venerable power. especially the 20 cubic meters of star power hanging high in the air, which was enough to shock him. When the clansmen of the five-colored holy race sensed Etienne's powerful aura, they were all dumbfounded. Etienne had managed to break through to the star-venerable realm in such a short time. Etienne had managed to break through to the star-venerable realm, which was out of reach, and he was much stronger than the green demon Star-Venerate in front of them. Dong! Before long, the green demon Star-Venerate was crushed by Etienne's stomp. His opponent's attack was completely useless. It wasn't even comparable to Etienne's stomp. He didn't need any special moves to deal with his enemy. All he needed was a stomp. His opponent was too weak. He couldn't even exert a slightly stronger power. The other side's Star-Venerate was killed, which scared many green demons into fleeing. Their strongest being had been killed. What was the point of staying here? Especially the Star Lords who hadn't been killed, they used their Star Dharma Laksana to escape as fast as they could. They didn't want to die here in vain. They weren't afraid of death, but facing a difficult enemy, they still chose to escape. It wasn't a wise choice to throw away their lives, but Etienne wouldn't give them the chance to escape. There were so many fat sheep around. How could he let them escape? All of you stay here. Etienne looked up to the sky and let out a dragon roar. He took a heavy step forward and unleashed the wrath of War God. The void was directly crushed by him, and the power was compressed to the extreme. Everything that it touched was quickly annihilated, and there was no chance to resist. With just one step, most of the green demons were crushed into nothingness. Even if the remaining few didn't die, they were half disabled. The rest of the green demons could be easily dealt with by the five-colored holy race. He didn't even need to do anything. Soon, all the green demons were dealt with by them. Etienne killed most of them. His contribution was the most obvious. Clan Leader G, I came late and caused you to suffer losses. You should have asked for reinforcements earlier. If I had come earlier, the losses wouldn't have been so great. Etienne could tell at a glance that the five-colored holy race had lost a small number of people. The five-colored holy race didn't have many people, so it was normal that he could tell at a glance. That's not true. If you hadn't come, we would have all died here. Clan Leader G quickly waved his hand and said, We were forced to ask for your help. After all, we were facing so many strong people. Asking for your help was equivalent to putting you in danger. If you hadn't broken through to the Star-Venerable realm, even you would have died here. What's more, you're really too fast. We've only sent out the message not long ago, and you've already arrived. I even wondered if you happened to be nearby. You came here so quickly. Clan Leader G, and the others wouldn't mind Etienne's late arrival. They were already very grateful that he had saved them, especially since Etienne's speed was so shocking. He had arrived not long after the message was sent. I was indeed nearby. I just happened to sense your call for help, so I came over. Etienne lied. If he said he had come from the star origin field, he would have scared them. That's really a coincidence. If you had come a bit later, we would have died here. Clan Leader G smiled bitterly. The five-colored holy race had been destroyed by him. How could he face his ancestors? It's just fate that you won't die. Etienne changed the topic and said seriously, speaking of which, what's going on? Didn't you say last time that they could rest for a while? It hasn't been that long, and they've come again. I'm not too sure about that. All of a sudden, they charged over and used their great power to move our small world. This is the power of Star Venerables. We couldn't even resist them. Clan Leader G didn't know what was going on. When they came back to themselves, they were already in trouble. I see, but we won't be afraid anymore. Tianyan said with a smile. Why? Clan leader Ji asked. Because I plan to go directly to the lair of the green demons and eliminate them. Tianyan's eyes lit up. Chapter 2047. Clan Chief Ji and the others had thought of exterminating the green demon race before, but they had never done so. It was not that they did not want to, but that they could not do so. The difference between the two was too great. It would be pretty good if they could defend, not to mention exterminating the green demon race. Exterminating the green demon race was something they had always wanted to do. However, they had never thought of doing so immediately. Hence, they were startled by Tianyun's words. My lord, you mean to exterminate the green demon race immediately? Clan Chief Ji stuttered. Although Tianyun's cultivation was pretty good, wouldn't it be too difficult to act immediately? Yes, if we do not exterminate the green demon race, you will never have peace. Tianyun looked at them with a resolute gaze. That's why I intend to exterminate the green demon race. You do not need to do anything. I will do it. Xiao Chun did not expect the five-colored holy race to help. It would be good enough if they could guard outside. There was no need for them to enter the nest with him. After all, with their strength, they would not be able to help at all. Clan Chief Ji could help. He was a star venerate, and a strong one at that. However, if Clan Chief Ji went with them, he would not be able to help the five-colored holy race if anything happened. In the entire five-colored holy race, only Clan Chief Ji was a star venerate. The others were not. However, there were a few who were preparing to break through to star venerate. No matter what, they were not star venerates. You cannot do that. The nest of the green demon race is extremely dangerous. It is like another world with countless green demons. If not for this seal, they would have charged out long ago. My lord, if you go, you might get trapped inside. Clan Chief Ji started to address Tianyun respectfully. Since Tianyun's cultivation was higher than his, he naturally needed to address him respectfully. It is not that I do not trust your strength. It is just that it is easy for you to get trapped inside alone. It was not just Clan Chief Ji. The other clansmen also started to advise Tianyun not to be so rash. Although he was grateful for Tianyun's help, sending him to his death was something he could never do. Tianyun nodded and said, It's dangerous to go deeper, but this is the only thing we can do right now. I feel confident that we can deal with them. In the worst-case scenario, he would still be able to escape. This seal should only target the Green Demon Clan, right? Don't tell me it's targeting me as well. That's more or less the same. I'm indeed targeting all of them, but as long as I control them, I can easily get you out. However, I still suggest that you don't go in. It's too dangerous inside. As soon as you go in, you'll be recognized immediately. At that time, you'll definitely be attacked by a group of people. Patriarch Ji was still trying to persuade Tianyun not to enter such a dangerous area. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Tianyun looked at them and smiled. There's no need to say anything else. Just help me open the seal. With Tianyun's insistence, Patriarch Ji could only sigh and nod. Big brother, do you really want to go to such a dangerous place? Kai Shui and the others walked over. Tianyun reached out and rubbed Kai Shui's small head. He smiled and said, Yes, I have to investigate the situation. I still have a score to settle with the Green Demon Clan. He still had not settled the score with the Master of Star Origin. It wasn't that he had to destroy the Master of Star Origin, but he had to destroy the entire Green Demon Clan. Moreover, the main mission had already been released. How could he not do it? Immediately, Patriarch Ji personally led Tianyun to the sealed area. The rest of the clansmen stayed here to clean up the situation. under Patriarch G's lead. They quickly arrived at the sealed area. This place was surrounded by 10 towering pillars made of 5-colored divine stones. In the center of the pillars, there was a huge door of light. 5-colored light continuously shone from all directions, enveloping this door. This seal isn't very stable. Tianyun sized it up and realized the situation wasn't very stable. No wonder the green demons kept coming out. They could still escape when the seal was weak. Yes, this seal has been here for many years. If it goes on like this, the seal will be destroyed sooner or later. We have been constantly repairing it, but we still can't resist the green demon's destruction. There are too many of them. Patriarch G shook his head and said, "It would be great if that lord could come back, but we haven't received any news from him. If that lord came back, he would be able to suppress the green demons easily, but it would be difficult to completely destroy them. If they could have destroyed them before, they would have done so long ago." Tianyun nodded. As his cultivation got stronger, he could better sense the situation here. This wasn't something an ordinary star venerable could do. Only someone with a higher cultivation could do it. Even an almighty with such a powerful cultivation couldn't eliminate the green demons completely. This proved that the green demons weren't weak. Either the green demons are too powerful and can't be eliminated in one go, or they didn't eliminate the green demons on purpose and left a group of them behind. Of course, it's possible that they're at their limit and can't be eliminated. If even that Almighty can eliminate the green demons, how can I eliminate them? Tianyun shook his head. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to deal with them at all. If even such an Almighty couldn't deal with them, how could he deal with them with his current cultivation? I'll go down to check out the situation. I won't throw my life away, Tianyun said with a smile. Patriarch G nodded and said, "Then I'll stay here. If you come up, I'll sense it immediately and let you pass." If no one was controlling it, it was impossible to open the seal. "Okay, I'll go down now. I'll have to trouble you later," Tianyun said with a smile. Patriarch G said, "Seriously, you can go down now. If you go in, you don't need to open the seal. Please be careful." He didn't have a good attitude like Tianyun, and he was worried about Tianyun's safety. Tianyun didn't say anything. He jumped into the seal and disappeared. When he passed through the seal easily, he felt a strong life force surging up from below. It filled his whole body and opened all his pores. He felt very comfortable. However, compared to this matter, he immediately equipped the green demon god's star aspect and released it at the same time. Enveloped by the star Dharma idol, his body exuded the aura of the green demons. Even the surface of his body was slightly green. Chapter 2048. After passing through the thick seal, the first thing that came into Tianyun's eyes were the giant trees that covered the mountains and plains. These towering trees were much larger than those outside. The main reason was that these giant trees were releasing a rich life force, which made people feel very comfortable. Who wouldn't like a rich life force? However, those who lived here were the disgusting green demons. The green demons were mainly of the wood attribute, and they liked to live in such a place. It wasn't surprising that they had such a rich life force. As soon as he came in, he saw the green demons attacking the seal in the sky. Wave after wave of green demons kept attacking the area suppressed by the 10 stone pillars. Every time they attacked fiercely, the light emitted by the stone pillars would become slightly dimmer. His entrance attracted the attention of the green demons. However, they just glanced at Tianyun casually. Except for a bit of curiosity, they didn't pay any attention to him. They could all feel a familiar aura from Tianyun. He looked like a human, but the green demons had also bred with the human race. So, as long as he had a familiar aura, it couldn't be wrong. This was also the reason why Eteonyon had dared to come in so boldly. If other races came in, all the green demons above would definitely attack them. All the green demons here were at least at the level of Master Shing. Master Shing's level was like cabbages in this place. There were piles of them, and it scared him. It was this group of green demons that were attacking the seal. There were at least several thousand of them. If they all escaped, it would be a nightmare. Why did you come down from above? Although most people didn't pay attention to him, there were still some patrol envoys who noticed Eteonyon. It wasn't strange for him to go up from here, but it was strange for him to come down from above. The clansmen we sent out were all killed. A star venerable from the five-colored divine clan came out of nowhere and killed all of our people. Eteonyon had a frightened look on his face. His whole body was shivering. His acting skills were off the charts. What? The people we sent out are all dead. The Green Demon Patrol envoy was shocked. How long had it been? They were determined to win, but they didn't expect that not long after, the people they sent out would all die. Yes, only a small number of them survived. I came back to report. Eteonyon revealed a worried look and said, "Sir, you won't blame me, right? I came back to report the news. I know there's nothing to blame you for. If you didn't report back, we wouldn't have known what was going on outside." The Green Demon Inspector waved his hand in annoyance, indicating for Eteonyon to leave. "Thank you, my lord." Eteonyon quickly left the place and didn't stay for long. "That's right, there are still some things I haven't asked you." When the Green Demon Inspector turned his head and wanted to continue asking, he realized that Eteonyon had already disappeared. He scratched his head in confusion. How did this brat run so fast? He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Green Demon Inspector didn't think too much and went to report the news. When the news spread, the Green Demon race was immediately infuriated. They didn't expect that after spending so much effort to send out so many experts, they would all die outside. Continue to speed up the destruction. We don't believe that these fellows can last for long. The patrol envoys below continued to urge the Green Demon Star Masters to speed up the destruction of the seal. From the beginning, they didn't stop the destruction. At this time, Eteonyon had already slipped away to another place to prevent his identity from being seen through. He didn't want to cause a conflict here. No matter what, he had to first investigate the situation here before casually causing trouble. From the beginning, he would crush them all. If he encountered a strong enemy and was forced to retreat, it would be a huge loss. Right now, the most important thing was to investigate the situation clearly and make the next plan. He directly hid in the forest and concealed his aura. As long as he didn't want others to discover him, it would be difficult for others to discover him. Unless their cultivation was as strong as his, it would be difficult to detect him. This place is really vast. It's not at the level of a small world at all. It should be another world's region. Eteonyon used his spiritual awareness to explore the surroundings. With his stark, venerable spiritual awareness, he could easily cover a large area. For example, the small world of the five-colored holy race could easily cover any corner. But here, he couldn't cover the whole area. He could only cover a small area, which meant this place was very vast. In the area he covered, he could clearly detect that there were many cities and there were many green demons in them. This was an ordinary domain world, which was on the same level as the burning desolate realm or the star source field. The difference was that there were only green demons here, and no other races existed. However, green demons mixed with other races' bloodlines were more common. But in terms of numbers, there were very few of them, and they were basically rejected. When he came down, he could clearly see the disgust in the green demon inspector's eyes. It seemed like they would reject green demons who didn't have purebred bloodlines, and their status was basically the lowest. Of course, it didn't matter. The important thing was that this was a domain world. Before he came down, he thought it was on the same level as a small world, but it seemed he was wrong. Isn't this world connected to other worlds? Eteonyan frowned. Maybe there was something wrong. Then he quickly went to a city where green demons came and went, carrying out their usual transactions. Their living conditions weren't strange, and they were no different from the practitioners outside. They traded what they needed to trade, selling divine medicines, elixirs, and so on. But the most important thing was that they hadn't awakened the star dharma aspect. Even some star masters hadn't awakened the star dharma aspect, so it seemed they were really sealed. So far, he had only seen star lords with star dharma aspects, and he had never seen anyone lower than this level. Hurry up, or we won't make it in time. The star lords are going to awaken the star dharma aspect. Okay, I'm in a hurry, aren't I? If we're late, we won't be able to see it, and we won't have a chance to comprehend it. You understand? I understand. I understand. I'll go now. The green demons on the side were packing up their stalls, preparing to leave. Chapter 2049. After asking around, Eteonyan quickly rushed to the city where the green demon star lords were awakening, Star Brilliance City. Star Brilliance City was not far from here. It was near the city he had just arrived at. Along the way, he asked around and learned some general information. Star Brilliance City was the awakening city. All the green demons who wanted to awaken completed their awakening here. As for why this place was designated as the awakening city, he was not too sure. After all, those who were born here would know the details. If he suddenly asked others, they would definitely doubt him. Of course, he could search their souls. If he did that, he could easily find out a lot of information. However, compared to searching their souls, he decided to go directly to Star Brilliance City and take a look. He would know what was going on when he got there. No matter what, it was better to see everything with his own eyes. Soon, he arrived at Star Brilliance City. Coincidentally, this area was not in the area he had covered before, so he did not find out what was going on here. The key was that Star Brilliance City was a little strange. There was a thick red cloud above his head, and a thick smell of blood drifted from Star Brilliance City. This gave him a bad premonition, and it was a very bad premonition. When he followed the green demons into Star Brilliance City, the situation inside was no different. There were still green demons coming and going, and most of them were there to watch the Star Lords awaken. Although they were not the ones awakening, it was like watching someone else break through, and it could still help him. Who knew when it would be his turn? Eteonyan followed the crowd to the front, and as he got closer and closer, he soon saw a huge pit in front of him. There was a huge pit in the center of Star Brilliance City. This was something Eteonyan did not expect. However, when he got closer, his pupils shrank. What he saw was a huge pit of blood. Blood kept coming out from the ground and began to fill up the pit bit by bit. Many green demon clansmen cheered excitedly on the side, feeling very excited. Their eyes were red, and they all wanted to jump in and swim in the blood pool. Blood pool! Is this blood pool the key to their awakening? Eteonyan's eyes narrowed, and his spiritual sense quickly probed the depths of the blood pool. As soon as he entered the blood pool, he felt as if he had sunk into a quagmire. It was difficult for him to move even an inch. Soon after, his spiritual sense quickly condensed into a needle and fiercely pierced into the ground. He wanted to clearly investigate the situation at the bottom. As expected, after turning into a thin needle, it quickly pierced through the quagmire-like blood pool. After reaching the bottom, they arrived at the bottommost region of the blood pool. At the bottom of the blood pool, there were countless corpses, and blood flowed out continuously. There was a giant tree here that absorbed the blood of these corpses and condensed it in the trunk. Finally, through the countless roots, it was transported to the blood pool above. The corpses piled up here were all cultivators from various clans. No matter what race they were all piled up to the brim. In terms of quantity, Xingyao City's underground had basically been emptied. The hollowed-out parts were filled with corpses. It was unknown how many corpses there were, but there were at least 100 million of them. So cruel. I'm afraid that all the cultivators in this world were captured and brought here. Etianyan thought. He was sure that the cultivators were not captured from the outside world, but from somewhere around here. This meant that there were still other races in this world. It was just that the green demon race was too powerful. The other races were like beasts that they could capture and absorb as they pleased. This was the best proof. They had captured and killed all of them and piled them up here to provide blood. It had to be said that the green demon race was really ruthless. Although survival of the fittest was a survival of the fittest, the green demon race was indiscriminately ruthless. As long as the green demon race existed, there would not be a day of peace. This was just like the evil spirit race in the past. They constantly devoured the bodies of foreign races, and their ruthlessness was similar to that of the green demon race. The green demon race specialized in extracting the essence and blood of others for absorption. The corpses would be thrown aside until they completely weathered away. So this is the method of awakening the Star Lord's star aspect. Because this place was shielded, they could not sense the power of the star aspect from here, so they could not awaken it. Under the shielding of the Almighty, they could not make a comeback. Hence, they could only absorb the blood of other races to awaken the star aspect. Although it had not started, Shaochen already had a rough idea of what was going on. Indeed, several star venerates soon appeared in his line of sight. There was a total of 6. All of them had just broken through to the star venerate level not long ago. They were all incredibly excited. When they thought about how they could awaken the star aspect, it was hard for them not to be excited. Following that, one of the star venerates flew to the center of the blood pool. After he landed, he started to frantically absorb the blood. The blood under his feet turned into a tornado that surged towards the star venerate. Soon, the green demon star venerate absorbed it. As the green demon star venerate frantically absorbed the blood, the thick red clouds above started to slowly open a channel. Soon, the power of the stars appeared above. By using the blood of other races, the green demon star venerate could forcefully break free of the curse and activate the power of the stars. Now, Etianya knew what was going on. No wonder one needed to be a star venerate or above to obtain the star aspect. If one wanted to control so much blood, they would need to have great control to be able to control it perfectly. If one's cultivation was lower than that, it would be hard to control the blood. On the contrary, one might even explode. Unless one was the heaven-defying Grandmaster Xing, one would simply be seeking death by acting recklessly. Soon, after the green demon star venerate pierced through the power of the stars, the heavenly demon star aspect descended. It was still the same level of star aspect. Only this level of star aspect was more in line with the needs of the green devil race. It's still the heavenly demon star. Why not the green demon god star? The green demon star venerate shook his head and sighed in pity. The grade 5-star aspect was the heavenly demon star, and the grade 6-star aspect was the green demon god star. Etianyan had obtained the green demon god star long ago. Since he killed the green demon divine son earlier, he naturally obtained the green demon god star. After this green demon, Star Venerate awakened. It was soon the turn of the next green demon, Star Venerate, to draw the blood from the blood pool into his body. Without exception, the star aspect that awakened was the heavenly demon star. It looked like the difficulty of awakening the green demon god star was too high. Too many people found it hard to obtain the green demon god star. As the Star Venerates awakened, the amount of blood in the blood pool decreased. After all the green demon, Star Venerates awakened, the amount of blood in the blood pool decreased. Chapter 2050. After all the green demon, Star Venerates awakened, none of them had a grade 6 dermic body. This was a pity. The many green demons at the side also felt it was a pity. If a grade 6 Star Venerate had appeared, they would definitely cheer. After it ended, the many green demons returned to where they came from. The awakening of the green demon Star Venerates ended here. There was nothing more to see. These green demons came quickly and left quickly. In an instant, the place became empty. No one stayed here. The Star Venerates also left to do their own things. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he quickly vanished. As the many Star Venerates scattered, a figure suddenly appeared before one of them. Before that Star Venerates could react, that figure was crushed into meat paste. After the Star Venerates exploded, that figure disappeared again, heading to another area. I finally obtained a dermic body. I have to cultivate properly this time and try to break the seal. Once I leave this damned place, I will start a massacre outside and let the cultivators outside know how powerful we are. In that case, stay down there and wait for your companions to see how powerful you are. A ghostly voice rang out beside his ear. Before this green demon, Star Venerate could react, he was flattened again. Everything happened so quickly and silently. Before this power, the strong Star Venerates were nothing. Naturally, the one who killed them was Yi Tianyun. When he saw these Star Venerates, he definitely would not let them off. This was especially so since they had split up. Killing them would be much easier. In the blink of an eye, he killed the 6 newly awakened Star Venerates. If the green demons knew about this, they would probably explode in anger. They had spent so much effort to nurture these Star Venerates, but they were all killed. Naturally, they suffered a huge loss. I've killed them all. What's left is below. Yi Tianyun's gaze turned cold. Next, he wanted to get rid of that huge tree. As long as he destroyed Star Brilliance City, it would not be easy for them to awaken. Soon, Yi Tianyun arrived at the bottom of Star Brilliance City. After frantically digging, he should have dug a hole in the hard ground. When he entered the space below, a fishy smell assaulted his nostrils, causing Yi Tianyun to frown. It wasn't that he felt disgusted, but that the green demon race was too disgusting. Everything was built on such a bloody foundation. It was very normal for people to die. Where there was war, there was bound to be death. Death wasn't scary. What was scary was this kind of indiscriminate killing, especially when it involved sacrificing all lives for his own use. As long as they needed it, it was normal for them to sacrifice all lives. After coming in, it was far more shocking than when he was probing with his spiritual awareness above. What was visible to the naked eye was a mountain of corpses. Every corpse had a ferocious expression on their faces. Unwillingness and anger could be seen in their eyes, which were filled with everlasting regret. In the face of the powerful green demon race, they could only wait for death, unable to resist even if they wanted to. Without doing anything, they were captured and used as a blood sacrifice. This was the tragedy of being weak. Even if you didn't provoke anyone, you would still be caught if you stayed in the same area for the rest of your life. To the green demon race, not having strength was a sin. No one was spared. No one was spared. This kind of ruthlessness was truly shocking to the eyes. Blood sacrifice divine tree. What a good guy. Etienne's appraisal eye flashed. The huge towering divine tree in front of him was called Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree. Its cultivation was at the late stage of the Star Venerate level, and it was about to break through to the Star Venerate level. It kept absorbing essence blood so it could benefit from it. Many a little makes a mickle, and its cultivation improved steadily. The effect of the Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree was very simple. It kept absorbing the essence blood from the corpses and then releasing it. It was that simple. It seemed simple, but it was actually quite difficult. The role of the Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree was to filter out all the energy that didn't suit the green demon race, so the essence blood obtained was very pure. Etienne looked at the Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree and sized it up. He had to admit that the Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree was actually a good thing. Not to mention absorbing essence blood, it could absorb a lot of worldly energy. However, the green demon race didn't use it to absorb worldly energy, but to absorb essence blood. Different uses also had different harms. This thing is really a treasure. It would be nice to take it away. Etienne's eyes lit up. It would be a waste to destroy the Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree directly. After all, the Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree was being used. It didn't do this voluntarily. He immediately flew to the side of the Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree, but as soon as he flew to its side, countless tree roots immediately wrapped around him, trying to tie him into a meat dumpling. As long as there was life, the Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree would absorb it and turn it into essence blood. Therefore, even if the green demons came in, they would be taken away and absorbed. You want to absorb my essence blood? You are too naive. Etienne opened his hand, which turned into a giant palm, and grabbed the Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree. Dom! The entire huge blood sacrificial tree was grabbed by the giant hand and dragged to the side, trying to pull it out of the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree screamed in an ear-piercing voice. If someone with a low cultivation had heard this scream, he would have bled from his facial orifices. Come out! Etienne dragged it hard, and a large part of the Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree was uprooted. However, this movement shook the entire Xingyao city. This situation immediately attracted everyone's attention. No one knew what was going on. Why was there such a violent vibration under their feet? What's going on? What's going on? The Green Demon Star King, who was in charge of the Xingyao city, stood up hurriedly and went to the passage that led directly to the Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree. The Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree was very important to them, and they couldn't afford to lose it. Etienne, who was below, pulled it hard again, and another large part of the Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree was uprooted. Rumble! The entire Xingyao city started to collapse. The ground had been hollowed out, so when the Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree was pulled away, it caused the ground to collapse. Etienne didn't care about what would happen to the Xingyao city. He continued to pull, and finally the Blood Sacrifice Divine Tree was pulled away. As soon as he pulled it out, he stuffed it into his star ring. His figure flashed, and he disappeared. At the same time, the Xingyao city started to collapse. A large number of green demons fell in and were smashed into meat paste by all kinds of rocks. Coincidentally, a green demon star venerate arrived. However, all he saw was empty. There was nothing there. Chapter 2051. The Blood Sacrificial Divine Tree was a treasure of the green demon race. Furthermore, it was a very precious treasure. To cultivate a Blood Sacrificial Divine Tree, one had to pay a high price. In particular, if a Star Lord wanted to awaken it, he had to go through the Blood Sacrificial Divine Tree. If he did not go through the blood sacrificial divine tree, he could not awaken it. If he could not awaken it, there would be a huge difference in his strength, and he would not be able to use his power. The star-dermic aspect was too powerful. If he could not awaken it, his combat prowess would drop significantly. He would be trash. He would not even be comparable to ordinary cultivators. After all, ordinary cultivators could awaken the star-dermic aspect. With the support of the star-dermic aspect, his combat prowess would increase several-fold, even tenfold. Under such circumstances, what could he do? The blood sacrificial divine tree is gone. Who did this? The green devil star monarchs that ran down were all stunned, like they had gone mad. They frantically searched their surroundings. They could not lose the blood sacrificial divine tree. If they lost it, the strength of the green demon race would drop significantly. They did not care about the fate of Xingyao City. Even though the city had collapsed severely, they did not care. Now, they mobilized everyone to search the surroundings to see if anyone was behaving strangely. After the blood sacrificial divine tree was forcefully dragged away, many areas of Xingyao City started to collapse. Some areas were not affected, but most of them were severely affected. They collapsed, and most of the green demons were either severely injured or killed. In particular, there happened to be a lot of green demons gathered here and hadn't left yet, so more green demons fell down. However, most of them were not affected. After all, their cultivations were not weak, so they would not die from being smashed by the rocks. The blood sacrificial divine tree is at least a late-stage star venerable. How could it be taken away so easily? Could it be a star venerable? How could a star venerable appear among those stupid beasts? A star venerable definitely would not appear among those beasts. How could it be so easy to break through to star venerable? Moreover, the restrictions are so strong. It is impossible for a group of beasts to break through. If it wasn't them, then who did it? How would I know? We can only continue searching. If the Lord finds out, we will be severely punished. The many green devil star venerates were stunned. There were as many as 3 star venerates in charge of Star Brilliance City. Unexpectedly, even under the care of 3 star venerates, the blood sacrifice divine tree still disappeared. The main reason was that they were too relaxed and thought that nothing would happen. Who knew that it would suddenly happen without any warning? They were relaxed because they were living too comfortably. This was their world. And the one who stole the blood sacrifice tree was definitely not the Green Demon Clan. If it could be taken away by force, it would be either a star venerable or multiple star venerables. The key was what benefits the Green Demon Clan had stolen. Originally, they could use the blood sacrifice tree at will, so stealing it was not necessarily a good thing. While the entire Xingyao city was in a frenzy, Tianyun had already teleported to another region and was leisurely moving about. Using the teleportation godstone, he could easily escape to another region. Although the teleportation godstone couldn't be used to return to the Five Elements Mountain, it wouldn't be a problem for the teleportation godstone to be used in the vicinity. The blood sacrifice divine tree is such a powerful thing. It would be a waste to kill it directly. Tianyun was quite satisfied with the blood sacrifice divine tree. After he went back, he would refine it properly. At that time, the bloody smell of the blood sacrifice divine tree would be completely removed. After the blood sacrifice divine tree got rid of the bloody smell, it would be able to absorb the worldly essence, which would be very helpful to his cultivation. Of course, the effect would not be great for him. He would mainly use it to set up his faction and train more experts. Then he went to Xingyao City unhurriedly. This place was already in a mess. When Tianyun arrived, no one paid attention to him. Instead, they looked around frantically for any strange person. Yi Tianyun's aura belonged to the Green Demon clan, so no one would suspect him. If they suspected the Green Demon clan, it would be very difficult to find him. There were so many green demons. How could they find him? It would be even more embarrassing if they tried to find the strong ones. It seems quite chaotic. Yi Tianyan walked in. When he saw most of Xingyao City had been turned into ruins, he felt quite pleased, especially when he saw that there were still a lot of green demons lying in the deep pit. He felt extremely refreshed. It was a pity that only a few of them were injured. It would be perfect if he could kill them all. But he couldn't do that now. There were so many spies here. If he did that, he would definitely expose himself. What's going on? A voice came from the sky, which seemed to be a heavy blow to the hearts of many green demons. As soon as Yi Tianyan looked up, he saw a powerful green demon, Star Venerable, appearing in midair. This was a high-level green demon, Star Venerable, in the middle stage of the Star Venerable realm. He felt he was even more powerful than the Master of Star Origin. Compared to the immature green demon, Star Venerable, he had dealt with before, this one was more perfect. It had the second-level Star Dharma idol. As expected, this was their lair, and there were Star Venerables here. "Greetings, sir." They knelt down one after another, not daring to disobey. "I'm asking you, what happened?" The green demon Star Venerable waved his hand and sent the kneeling green demon Star Venerable flying. The green demon Star Venerable tumbled dozens of times, and his face was swollen. He was so angry that etiquette was useless. The divine blood sacrifice tree is gone. A green demon, Star Venerable, hurried to get up and reported. "Nonsense! Did I not see it?" The green demon, Star Venerable, slapped him again and sent him flying. Then he looked at another shivering Star Venerable and said coldly, "You tell me." "Sir, we really don't know. First, we felt a tremor. Then we ran down to check, only to discover that the blood sacrifice tree had disappeared. It had been moved away in a short period of time. We could not react in time." The Green Devil Star Monarch said, "Honestly, what a bunch of trash. It seems you've been living comfortably for too long. Go to the seal and help break it. Don't stay here." The Green Demon Star Venerable said coldly, "Yes, sir." They didn't refute him. They got up and flew toward the sealed passage. In fact, their original mission was to go to the 5-element mountain to help. Since they couldn't go through the seal at will, they had to be arranged slowly. Under normal circumstances, only Star Masters would break the seal, while Star Venerables would wait for a hole to appear in the seal before rushing over. Now, they were like laborers going over to help. This kind of punishment was relatively light. The Green Demon, Star Venerable, couldn't kill them in anger. Chapter 2052. When Yi Tianyan saw this, he smiled to himself. It seemed that he had made the right decision. The blood sacrifice divine tree was very important to them. All their awakenings came from it. It was not impossible to cultivate another blood sacrifice divine tree, but it would take a lot of time and resources. This was something they could afford, but wasting too much time was undoubtedly not worth it. They had spent tens of thousands of years cultivating this blood sacrifice divine tree. Now that it had disappeared, they felt very distressed. They searched for it like crazy. After the Green Demon, Star Venerate, issued the punishment, he made them frantically search for the blood sacrifice divine tree. Even if they had to turn this place upside down, they had to find the blood sacrifice divine tree. What a bunch of fools. They couldn't even endure a blood sacrifice divine tree. They are really stupid. The Green Demon, Star Venerate, was so angry that he almost exploded. It was not a big deal. They had so many Star Masters, and some of them often broke through to the star venerate level. However, the blood sacrifice divine tree could only awaken a few star venerates each time. The rest had to wait in line. The star venerates, who had not awakened the star dharma phase, were incomplete. Therefore, the blood sacrifice divine tree was very important. Now that the blood sacrifice divine tree was gone, it would greatly reduce the speed at which the experts could awaken. How could he not be anxious? Who on earth has the blood sacrifice divine tree to take it away? The rest of the trash can take away the blood sacrifice divine tree by force, or who came down from above. The green demon star venerate frowned. Then he turned his head and said to his subordinate, "Go and check for me. Did someone come down from above?" "Yes, Your Excellency." His subordinate immediately went to check to see if he could find any clues. In the green demon star venerate's opinion, the only possibility was that someone came down from above and did not exist in this world. If that person had existed in this world, he would have taken action long ago. Why would he wait until now? After giving his orders, the green demon star venerate found a place to sit down. He drank the blood while waiting for the news. When Tianyan saw this, his face sank. It seemed that the green demon star venerate had some ideas. He knew that he would track the cultivators who came down from above. However, this was meaningless. They probably wouldn't be able to find out who he was. Although he had come down from above, he had concealed himself very well. Moreover, there were definitely other green demon race members above, so it was normal for them to come down to report. Thus, there was not much meaning in this investigation. It was just a waste of effort. He was standing not far from the green demon star venerate, yet he had not been seen through. This meant that his aura was so powerful that it would not be easy to see through him. Once he leaves this place, I will finish him off. Tianyun's eyes flashed as he swiftly hid in a corner to avoid being discovered and taken away to do manual labor. He was now waiting for Green Demon Star Venerate to leave so that he could secretly kill him. The Green Devil Star Sovereign was the Green Devil race's strongest combat power, so he naturally had to take care of him first, killing as many as he could, especially since they were all full of star energy. How could he possibly let them go? After hiding in a house, he did not stay idle. Instead, he turned his attention to the good and evil exchange system. After killing so many experts, he had finally accumulated more than 1,000 good and evil points, which meant that he could draw one of the treasures. They were bloodline, divine skill, divine medicine, and special item. He was somewhat looking forward to these things. No matter what, he had accumulated for a long time to obtain so many, so the things he gave him couldn't be too bad, right? Let's activate the luck aura first. Tianyan immediately activated the luck aura. Previously, he had to activate the luck aura before drawing the lottery so that he could draw better things. After activating the luck aura, he immediately began to draw. Let me draw the lottery. Congratulations on reaching level 1000. The lottery will now begin. Beep, beep, beep. The good and evil exchange system began to flash, jumping back and forth between these few items. Tianyan did not know what was inside, as it did not appear at all. Thus, he could only stare blankly. Soon, the flash stopped, and it finally landed on the divine skill. Divine skill. Tianyan's eyes lit up. Although he did not know what it was, just by looking at the word divine, he knew that it would not be bad. Moreover, the divine skills he had always obtained were not bad. It was just that their effects had deteriorated, and some of them were not worth leveling up, or they could not be leveled up at all. Not every divine skill could be brought into this world, and some of them could not be leveled up. It was like a weapon. The foundation was there, and no matter how many materials were added, it did not matter. The limit was clear from the start. Ding! Congratulations on getting the Super Soul Searching skill. Super Soul Searching, Level 1. Can search the soul of the target. The higher the level, the deeper the memory can be searched. Now at Level 1, can search all the memories of Star Lords and below. Star Venerable level can only search half of the level, increase or decrease according to the strength of the soul. Super Soul Searching. Eteonyan almost jumped in joy. He had always wanted to read minds. But now, the Super Soul Searching had popped up. All this time, he had been troubled by not being able to gather information. Everyone's soul was extremely powerful, and it was difficult to search their memories easily. But now, with the Super Soul Searching, things were different. It was really a divine skill. In this way, he could understand everything from the target's memory. Seems like activating the luck aura is very useful. I really got a divine skill. It will be much easier to search souls in the future. Eteonyan showed a satisfied smile. This was a pleasant surprise. At the same time, he also noticed that in the good and evil exchange system, the 1,000th level had dimmed, which meant he could not continue to exchange. The next level was the 10,000th level. He had to accumulate this number before he could exchange for something. There was no difference in the things he could exchange for. It was the same as before. But Eteonyan was looking forward to it even more. Maybe there would be even better things. At this moment, the green demon Star Venerable quickly received the news from his subordinate. After he heard it, just as Eteonyan had expected, he did not find any clues. He only heard that his own people had come down from above, but he did not see any outsiders coming down. That's strange. What's the reason? The green demon, Star Venerable, stood up and said with a cold, "Look, looks like I have to look for it myself. If I don't force out those stubborn trash, I'm afraid I won't be able to get anything out of them." Chapter 2053. Green Demon Star Venerable flew directly to a remote area, as if he was looking for something. At that moment, a shout suddenly came from behind. "Sir, sir, I have something important to report." At that moment, a figure quickly flew over from behind. He was much weaker than Green Demon Star Venerable. After Green Demon Star Venerable heard this, he stopped, turned his head, and frowned. What else? Green Demon Star Venerable looked up and down at his clansmen, who seemed to have human blood. He didn't have a good impression of him, and he even felt a bit disgusted. "Huff, huff, huff. Sir is too fast. I almost couldn't catch up." When this Green Demon flew in front of Green Demon Star Venerable, he stopped and panted. It seemed that he had desperately tried to catch up, but his energy had been exhausted. "If you have something to say it quickly. If you say any more nonsense, I will throw you out of here." Green Demon Star Venerable's eyes were cold, and he had no patience. Okay, the general situation is like this. The Green Demon Star Venerate nodded, as if he was listening to what his fellow clansmen wanted to say. Suddenly, a power that had been compressed to the extreme bombarded him from the opposite side. Caught off guard, he was hit by this power. The violent power directly smashed his body into pieces, leaving only his head, which was quickly grabbed by a palm. Then, a surging power rushed in and sealed his power. What's going on? Green Demon Star Venerable was stunned. Even though his head was sealed, he didn't know what was going on. Everything happened too fast, and it was accompanied by an extremely terrifying power that completely surpassed his own, crushing him. More importantly, it was his subordinate who attacked him. Naturally, it was Eteonyan. After using a false identity to deceive the other party, he quickly attacked and defeated the enemy with one move. This kind of move was tried and tested. Even if the opponent was prepared, it wouldn't be too deep. He quickly held his head and hid in the forest below. Not long after Xiao Chen hid inside, a patrol envoy quickly flew over. After circling around, the patrol envoy said doubtfully, "Strange, I clearly felt a strong energy erupt here earlier. Why is there nothing now?" After a fruitless search, he left this place. After the order was issued, the patrols became much more active than before. Therefore, they would immediately come over to check if there was any movement. It seemed that the green demon race was very relaxed when it was time to relax. When it was time to be vigilant, he would be extremely vigilant. At the same time, Tianyun grabbed the green demon Star Venerable's head and went to a corner. Looking at the head, he said with a smile, "I didn't expect to subdue a Star Venerable so easily. You're not one of us. Who are you?" "Green demon." Star Venerable stared at Tianyun. Although he sensed a familiar aura, judging from his behavior, he was definitely not one of his clansmen. No matter how hostile the green demons were, they would not attack each other. This was especially the case for Star Venerables. There were only a few of them, and they knew each other. "I am indeed not one of your clansmen, but does that matter?" Tianyun looked at him and smiled faintly. "Oh, right, before I die, I'll give you some information as a reward for providing your memories to me. The divine blood sacrifice tree was snatched by me. Isn't this shocking news?" "Sure enough, it's you. Green demon." Star Venerable opened his eyes wide. Anger welled up in him, almost bursting out of his eyes. He had guessed it before. Now that the truth had been revealed, he was so angry. But it was pointless. Tianyun was still smiling. Looking at him, he said, "That's right, it's me. Now let me search your soul and see what kind of memories you have in your head." "Ha, ha, ha. Even if your cultivation isn't weak, you still want to search my soul? You can only find a few things at most. Do you still expect to find more memories? How naive you are." Green demon. Star Venerable mocked him. Even at the brink of death, he would not compromise. "Frog in a well." Tianyun sneered. "System, give me an upgrade." Ding. After deducting star energy, the system has successfully upgraded to Level 2 Super Soul Search. Level 2 Super Soul Search. Able to completely search the memories of a Star Venerable. If he wanted to collect the complete memories, he would definitely need to upgrade it. If he didn't upgrade it, he would only be able to collect half of the memories, which was obviously not what he wanted. Then he grabbed Green Demon Star Venerable's hand and quickly shone. The Super Soul Search divine skill rushed into Green Demon Star Venerable's head. Green Demon Star Venerable's head was filled with confusion. Then he felt like all his memories were pouring out like a flood. He couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. A moment later, he recovered from his daze and felt as if he had been stripped naked. Everything about him had been seen without any reservation. "TSK, TSK, thanks a lot. I learned a lot of things from you. It can be said that I've stripped the Green Demon clan clean. I didn't know that the Green Demon clan had such a large scale. That's really surprising." Tianyun nodded with satisfaction after he had finished the soul search. The Super Soul Search was really useful. It had dug out all his memories and allowed him to find them easily. It wasn't like before, when he could only collect a few memories, which were almost negligible. Now it was different. He knew all of his memories. Plus, this was a high-level level. With a soul search, he basically knew everything. Even if he didn't know the most crucial information, he would at least know most of it. What kind of power is this? You actually invaded my soul and searched my memories. Green Demon Star Venerable was about to go crazy. No matter who it was, their memories were the most private and secret of things. Because of this, they would mark their souls with all kinds of marks to prevent them from searching their souls after they were captured. Now, he discovered that his previous defenses were useless. They had all been dug out. I already said that you were a frog at the bottom of a well. You still don't believe me? Eteonyun looked at him with pity. It's time to send you down. Go down and be buried with the others. Before Green Demon, Star Venerable could reply, Eteonyun crushed his head. He didn't need to hear Green Demon, Star Venerable's last words. It was meaningless. After crushing it, he immediately heard a long string of star energy and the like. But that wasn't the main point. The most important thing was the memories. These memories gave him a general understanding of the Green Demon Clan's situation. Information was more important than anything else. Only by grasping all the information could he take the initiative. Chapter 2054. Eteonyun learned the details of the Green Demons through the soul search. At the same time, he was deeply shocked by the current strength of the Green Demon race. There were 10 Star Venerables here, and more than 20 Star Lords. As for Star Masters, there were too many of them to count. There were more than 10,000 of them. With the power of the Green Demon race, it could be said that they had conquered this world. However, they could only occupy this world because they couldn't go out of the other worlds. They were all trapped here. If they kept flying, they would run into a barrier very soon, so they couldn't escape. The weakest seal was the one leading to the Five Elements Mountain. The seals on the other sides couldn't be broken at all. If they could, they would have done it a long time ago. So many strong people were trapped here. It was really pitiful. However, pitiful people were always hateful. The Green Demons were so fierce that they were sealed here. There was an extremely mysterious strong man living in seclusion in the Green Demon's palace. Even the Green Demon, Star Venerable, didn't know what level he was. It could even be said that most Star Venerables hadn't seen him. Only a few Star Venerables had. At least the Green Demon Star Venerable, whose soul had been searched by Eteonyun, didn't know much about that mysterious man. It seemed there was some information about him. Most people didn't know about him. Mysterious man, what's going on? Eteonyun frowned. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't get rid of the Star Venerable level. If he was strong, he would have run away with them. Why did he have to stay here? Although he didn't know some information, he knew most of it. For example, there were other cultivators in this world, but most of them had been killed by the Green Demons. Only a few of them were left. Seeing the corpses in the Star Brilliance City, he knew how many cultivators there were left. They must have caught almost all of them. Most importantly, they had let those cultivators escape on purpose. Some of them knew where they were hiding, but they didn't go to kill them because they needed corpses. They needed the cultivators' essence blood, so they kept them in captivity. When their numbers reached a certain level, they would kill them. That was the worst thing. If they didn't do that, they wouldn't be able to collect the cultivator's essence blood. Without blood essence, there was no way to awaken. Cultivators would not have their awakened star aspect sealed. After all, it was the Green Demon race that was cursed, not other cultivators. To put it bluntly, it wasn't this land that was cursed, it was purely the Green Demon race that was cursed. The power of this curse could only be achieved by an existence with a higher cultivation base. With a single word, life or death was decided. This kind of existence was above Star Venerables. Above Star Venerable was the Great Star Venerable. A Great Star Venerable possessed the complete power of a Star Venerable. It could easily seal a race or even a world. The Green Demon race must have been cursed by a Great Star Venerable. That was why even the starry Dermic idol could not detect it, only through the blood sacrifice divine tree. and using the cultivator's blood to forcefully sense the star avatar, would one be able to obtain the power of the star avatar? From this, it could be seen that even if it was a curse, there were still ways to circumvent it. However, the price needed to be paid was not low. It required all kinds of steps to release this power. He pondered for a moment, then decided not to think too much about it. Instead, he began to formulate a plan of extermination. It was naturally impossible for him to deal with so many star venerables at once. However, he could eliminate them slowly. He would start with the star venerables and eliminate them layer by layer. Eventually, he would eliminate the strongest green demon race without anyone noticing. As long as he eliminated the strongest green demon race, the rest would not be a threat. Then he shifted his target to another city, the Wilderness City. There were several star venerables there, so it would not be difficult to eliminate them. Soon, he flew to the Wilderness City quickly to carry out his plan. He blended in perfectly. Even the star venerables could not see through his identity, let alone the other green demons. In the Wilderness City, the green demon star venerables were discussing who had taken the blood sacrifice divine tree. According to my guess, there must be a group of experts hiding and evading our detection. At this moment, he suddenly appeared and snatched away our blood sacrificial tree. This group of experts is so powerful. How could they avoid the detection of so many lords? I don't think it's possible. Then tell us what happened. Besides, where else could such experts have come from? I think it's possible that they came from above. Nonsense. Our clansmen have been guarding that place. Don't we know who came down? According to the latest information, no suspicious people have come down. Huh, who said they had to come down from there? I guess they came from another region. It's hard to say. You mean they came from the barrier? That's impossible. That's a cursed region. Even star venerables can't go there. They had been discussing this matter. The blood sacrifice divine tree was the biggest problem at the moment. Every city was on high alert to join in the search for the blood sacrifice divine tree. The blood sacrifice divine tree was a way for all green demons to improve their strength. It was the only one in the whole world. Sirs, I think that they should have come down from above. At this moment, a ghostly voice sounded in their ears. I told you. Someone must have supported me. They must have come from above. As for coming from the barrier, it's impossible. As for which region they came from, it might be another region. Hey, who let you in? The Star Lords looked toward the region where the voice had come from. They found a strange face near them. When they looked carefully and found it was an insignificant subordinate, they showed an unhappy expression. Didn't you let me in? Eteonian walked over with a smile. Who let you in? We don't remember letting you in. They were a little unhappy. You were talking about me just now, weren't you? Eteonian said with a smile. We were talking about. Could it be? Soon, they were speechless. Before they died, they saw Eteonian's real body and felt his dreadful power clearly. In the twinkling of an eye, the Star Lords were killed easily. After killing them, Eteonian left quietly and went to the next city. He had to kill most of the experts before the news was leaked. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them if they were exposed. Chapter 2055. Eteonian stealthily swept all the Green Demon Clan's experts along the way and killed them easily. Finally, after he destroyed several cities in a row, the Green Demons finally noticed something. With so many Star Lords missing, how could they not notice? Maybe they didn't know who was behind this, but the disappearance of the Star Lords made all the Green Demons vigilant. Who is behind this? Many of our Star Lords are missing. Is it the murderer who stole the divine blood sacrifice tree? Maybe it's him. Since the divine blood sacrifice tree was stolen, his cultivation must be high. It seems that our clansmen must have been killed. What should we do? We can't even find a trace of him. How can we find him? A group of star venerables, including some star venerables, gathered together. They all had serious expressions. Their opponent was in the dark while they were in the light. They didn't even know what their opponent looked like. This was the most terrifying thing. They had always been the ones behind this, lying in ambush in the big forces. Now, it was their turn to feel this pain. They couldn't find or see the murderer, which was a very uncomfortable feeling. They were very angry, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't know what to do. I suggest that we sweep through the place and eliminate all the cultivators that we've let out before. One of the green demon star venerables said coldly, "Maybe the murderer is hiding in there, or we can force the murderer out. The only ones who are our enemies are these cultivators." But in this case, how can we use the blood sacrifice in the future? A Star Lord reminded him immediately, without cultivators, they would have no blood to use for the blood sacrifice. After all, there were only so many cultivators. If all of them died, there would be no more cultivators to find. Are you still thinking about this? The green demon star venerables said coldly, "Are you waiting for all of us to die before you think of this method?" The green demon star venerable's words had blocked the Star Lord's words. It seemed that there was no other way. So many experts had been dispatched, but they had found very little information. They didn't know how to find the murderer. This was the most vexing thing. Nothing like this had ever happened before. It wasn't that they didn't look for it. In fact, they even put in all their effort to look for it, but they still couldn't find any clues. This was undoubtedly the scariest thing. All right then, let's do that. Where should we start? This star venerate took out a roulette and tossed it forward. Immediately, a map appeared before them. There were many glowing spots on the map, all of which marked the hiding spots of some cultivators. Since they deliberately let them out, they definitely knew where they were hiding. What they wanted was complete control, so they could easily find them. There was no need to search everywhere. Let's start from here. Sweep all the way and capture all the cultivators. If you can't answer, just kill them. Green Devil Star Venerables said ruthlessly. All right. They nodded and immediately gave orders to their subordinates to capture those cultivators. After issuing the order, groups of Green Demon race members rushed out and flew toward the various hiding spots. They wanted to sweep all the hiding spots in one go. As for some experts, they flew toward the glowing spots they had just designated. The Star Venerates didn't dare to split up. After all, so many Star Venerates were dead. If they acted alone, they would probably be killed. Therefore, they could only act together, patrolling the glowing spots one by one. As for those Green Demon Star Venerates, it didn't matter how they died, as long as the Star Venerates were safe. They're starting to move. When Tianyan saw the groups of Green Demon race members flying out, his eyes flashed. He knew that they had started to carry out their plan. Tianyan had been hiding inside the Green Demon race, so it was impossible to find him. But now, because of him, they were all heading toward the hiding spots of the cultivators. Originally, the cultivators were temporarily safe, but now it had become dangerous. This could be considered his responsibility, but it didn't exceed his expectations. He knew that if he continued to do this, it would definitely cause such a situation. But there was no other way. If he wanted to kill more Star Venerates, he could only do this. If he charged over with a big fanfare, they would soon finish running and gather together. Now, it happened to be within the scope of his calculations, and it didn't exceed his expectations. Now that they have gathered, it's time to harvest. Tianyan's eyes were cold. When the number was controlled to a certain extent, he could achieve the result of total annihilation. The green demon race was planning, and so was Itianyun. Soon, the green demon race led a large force and charged toward one of the spots. In this hidden spot, a group of cultivators were desperately cultivating, and they didn't dare to relax. They knew that if they slacked off, only death awaited them. They wanted to make a comeback. They didn't want to die here, and they didn't want to be confined by the green demon race. They wanted to resist, and they wanted to live. At every moment, they seemed to have gone mad, constantly cultivating. There were many guards outside, staring at the situation outside, paying attention to all movements. Tianshan Village, a small mountain village hidden in the mountains, was protected by layers of concealment. They didn't know if it was useful, but they could only do this. There were tens of thousands of cultivators here, and the strongest among them was only at the level of Master Xing. There were very few Star Masters, and there were only a few of them. They had a clear division of labor, and they vigorously trained disciples. If there were some talented disciples, they would immediately hide, so as not to be discovered by the green demon race. I'm afraid the peaceful days won't last long. The village chief sighed. I don't know when we will be captured by the green demon race again. By the way, have those children been sent away? It will be safer to hide there. The village chief said to the people next to him. They have just been sent away. These children are extremely talented, and some of them have even awakened the 5th level star laws. Our future can only rely on this group of children. Yes, we must not let ourselves be slaughtered. We must hide our strength and then find an opportunity to fight back. Alas, this has been our wish for many years, and I don't know when we can fight back. In any case, we can only continue like this. Otherwise, there will never be a day for us to rise again. Their eyes were firm. Even though they knew that they were deliberately let go by the green demon race, they did not give up hope and still tried to rush forward. At this time, an urgent report came from outside. The green demon race is here. Chapter 2056. The Tianshan village chief and the others did not expect the green demons to attack so soon. According to previous deductions, it should not be that area, especially since they had just carried out a crazy hunt some time ago. How long had it been? And they had already done it again. This made their faces pale, and despair appeared in the depths of their eyes. They were most afraid that the children they had just sent out would be intercepted by the green demons. Those were their hope. It did not matter if they died, but they were most worried about the children who were full of hope. Those were their future. Quick, let's kill our way out. No matter what, we have to let those children escape, successfully. The Tianshan village chief and the others quickly flew out and gathered all the villagers to kill their way out to resist the green demons. At the same time, when a group of powerful green demon star lords flew over to the Tianshan village, they scanned the surroundings with their powerful spiritual senses and immediately detected a group of cultivators. They were very careful to hide themselves from others. However, in front of the powerful green demon star lords, they could not hide. Their cultivation was not high to begin with. How could they hide from their eyes with such poor concealment ability? Oh, there are people who want to secretly move. Maybe there is some information in there. Several star lords landed and blocked in front of them. Where do you want to escape to? The green demon star lord waved his hand, and the hidden power instantly dissipated. A group of children was exposed in front of the green demons. They were roughly in their teens, and their cultivation was not high, only at the star apostle level. In this area with such rich vitality, it was not difficult to cultivate to the star apostle level. Especially since there were many divine medicines here, it was even easier to break through to the star apostle level. Therefore, it seemed that this group of young cultivators had already reached the star apostle level. They were protected by 2 Master Xing, but these two Master Shing were not strong enough in front of so many Star Lords. Green Demon Star Lord. Master Shing's face darkened. They did not expect things to be so bad. They had only set off for a short while, and they had already been discovered by the Green Demons. Had the Green Demons received some news and deliberately come to intercept them? Even so, there was no need to send so many strong cultivators, right? A few more Master Shing could easily crush them, but now there were several Star Lords, which was completely different. One of the Green Devil Star Monarchs stretched out his hand and grabbed Grandmaster Shing, the leader, over. Grandpa Wei. This group of young cultivators shouted. When they felt the aura of a star venerate, they found it hard to advance. Even moving was difficult. Tell me, has there ever been an expert here? Or did some super expert pass by? Tell me, and I will spare your lives. The Green Devil Star Monarch demanded sternly. An expert appeared before. Grandpa Wei revealed a bleak smile. We've always been captured by you. Those with slightly stronger cultivations would be captured. How could there be any experts left? Looks like you don't want to tell me? Then let's kill a batch first. The Green Devil Star Sovereign gently raised his hand, and the children were lifted high. A formless energy grabbed their heads, ready to crush them at any moment. Grandpa Wei's face was pale as he shouted, "Let them go, they don't know anything." I've said it before, as long as you tell me, I'll let you go. I'm a man of my word. It was not that they were overflowing with sympathy, but there was no need to kill them all. As long as they could find the murderer, there would be no problem. But we don't know what you want to ask. Grandpa Wei said hurriedly, "The murderer of the divine blood sacrifice tree," the Green Devil Star Sovereign said sternly. Could it be that the disappearance of the divine blood sacrifice tree was the doing of some expert? Grandpa Wei started laughing after hearing this. It seems that we have hope. Even if we knew, we wouldn't tell you. Child, I'm sorry, we have to leave first this time. I hope that Sir can avenge us and find hope for us. After Grandpa Wei heard this, his eyes were filled with tears. However, they were not tears of sorrow, but tears of joy. They had been collecting information and naturally found out about the disappearance of the divine blood sacrifice tree. However, they did not contact them. After all, they knew the situation here. How could there be such a powerful existence? Didn't they keep their talented disciples hiding so that they could severely injure the Green Devil race? Now, someone was helping them. Although they did not know who it was, as long as they could severely injure the Green Devil race, they would not betray them. Even if they died, they would not give up Itianyan. Of course, they did not know that it was Itianyan who did it. The many young children clenched their teeth, nodded, and shouted, "We will never yield. We hope that Sir will avenge us." They were not afraid of death. From the moment they were born, they had been trained to not fear death. The main thing was that living was a luxury for them. If they could not turn things around, they could only die. Now that someone could severely injure the Green Devil race, they knew that there was hope. Perhaps they would not survive, but at the very least their compatriots would survive. You have quite a backbone. In that case, all of you can die. The Green Devil Star Monarch was angered. Not only did he not threaten them, but he was also angered by them. The group looked up at the sky. Even in the face of death, they would not compromise. At their final moments, they wanted to imprint the scene of this world in their minds. The Green Devil Star Monarch clenched his fists, controlling their strength and tightening it. However, they discovered that it was ineffective. Instead, an even stronger power was protecting them. "With me around, no one will dare touch you." A figure floated down and landed in front of them. A wave of energy spread out and scattered the Green Devil Star Monarch's power. "Milord! Milord!" When Grandpa Wei and the others saw Yi Tianyun's back, they were immediately startled. Tears flowed out of their eyes. "Milord, quickly run. There are too many experts surrounding this place. There is no value in saving us. Quickly run and hide. Come out when there is an opportunity." They all shouted, hoping that Yi Tianyun would leave quickly and not make pointless sacrifices for them. After all, it was not worth it to sacrifice for them. There is nothing that is not worth it. Your lives are worth it as well. Yi Tianyun said sullenly, "From today onwards, we will launch a complete counterattack and destroy the Green Devil race." "Ha ha ha! What arrogance! You want to destroy our Green Devil race with just one person?" When the Green Devil Star Monarch saw Yi Tianyun come out, he was startled by his strength. However, when he sensed it, he discovered that Yi Tianyun's strength was not very strong, just slightly stronger than his own. Most importantly, Yi Tianyun was alone. What was there to fear? Boom. Chapter 2057. Several green demon star venerates were killed by Yi Tianyun with one slap. They were like pieces of paper, easily slapped to death. When Grandpa Wei and the rest saw this, they were really shocked. How could they not know what a star venerate represented? It was a supreme powerhouse. They had spent their entire lives to break through to the star venerate realm. Fortunately, they had the power to resist. Now, so many green demon star venerates could not even withstand one move from Yi Tianyun. They were killed one after another. How could they not be shocked? Now, all of you, hurry back and gather everyone. I want you to gather here. Everyone is waiting for you. Yi Tianyun threw a roulette over and asked Grandpa Wei to catch it. When Grandpa Wei saw the light spots on the roulette, he was shocked. "Sir, are you saying that all the factions have gathered together?" "Yes, all the factions have gathered together. Only your heavenly mountain village is left. I deliberately kept you here, mainly because you are too close to the green demon race. They might keep an eye on you. Therefore, you were notified last. They will only come to rescue you when the situation breaks out." Yi Tianyun quickly explained, "Someone will come to rescue you soon. You should all know each other." Sure enough, several figures soon came. When Grandpa Wei saw them, he said in surprise, "It's the village chief of the Wasteland Village and the village chief of the Qinglu Village." He immediately recognized that they were the village chiefs of the other villages. They had all rushed over, which meant that everything had been arranged properly. Yi Tianyun swept through the other villages. He did not expect that they would attack the other villages. After obtaining the Green Demon Star Venerate's memories, he immediately contacted the other villages and told them to gather together to fight the Green Demon race. At first, when Yi Tianyun told them, they were naturally unwilling to listen. They wanted to fight, but doing so would mean death. Even if they were at death's door, they had to preserve hope and secretly train disciples. Now that Yi Tianyun asked them to fight, wouldn't that be giving away their last hope? When Yi Tianyun showed his strength and brought out the blood sacrifice tree, they were shocked and fell into deep thought. But in the end, they agreed. Because there had been no hope all this time, he might as well fight with them. The most important thing was that Yi Tianyun promised to bring a group of people back. Even if they failed, Yi Tianyun could bring a group of disciples away. Just this point alone was enough for them to agree immediately. They had persisted for so long just to preserve their bloodline. All along, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to, so they could only accumulate power. Now, Yi Tianyun could bring all the cultivators together. Therefore, Yi Tianyun can easily gather all the cultivators together and gather them as a whole. The cultivators as a whole were quite powerful, and there were quite a number of star masters. However, there was not a single star lords. The green demon race probably would not allow their star venerates to appear unless they were very well hidden. Otherwise, they would be killed. Tianyan would not allow. Unless star, demon would kill. Tianyan doesn't want to sweep all of them. That's a very unwise choice. If he waited until the green demon race went to find trouble with the other villages, then he would be in a passive state. Once he knew the general strength of the green demon, Star Venerable, everything would be easy. Then, the green divine mountain village was cleaned up. A group of people rushed to the gathering area. Immediately, the green demons who were besieging the Tianshan village were all cleaned up, and a group of people rushed to the gathering area. All kinds of great formations had been set up there, which were the best they could do. They might not be enough for the green divine mountain village, but they were better than nothing. Not long after they gathered, the green divine mountain village arrived. When the green divine mountain village went to the big villages, they found the villages had been cleaned up. Then they found a gathering point, so they quickly flew over. When the green demon clansmen made their way to the various villages, they discovered that the villages had been emptied. Thereafter, they discovered a gathering point and swiftly flew over. At this moment, a dreadful force gathered in front of them. 7-star venerables, 12-star lords, and numerous star masters. Even if the burning desolate territory and the star source territory gathered, they would not have so many strong people. Even if the burning desolate territory and the star source territory gathered, they would not have so many strong people. It could be said that they were completely crushed. Now, their villages, which did not even have a star lord, had to face such a dreadful force. It was like facing a hell. Is this all the strength of the green divine mountain village? It's really dreadfully powerful. When Tianyan saw so many strong people, his eyes were not filled with despair, but excitement. It was the first time in his life that he had seen so many strong people. The Star Source Territory Lord and the Divine Jade, Star Venerable, were nothing compared to them. The village heads standing behind Tianyan were also shocked when they saw so many experts coming out of the city. They had known for a long time that the Green Divine Mountain Village was strong, but when they gathered, they found it was so dreadful. Too many strong people. This is the power of the Green Divine Mountain Village. We have attracted all the strong people of the Green Divine Mountain Village. That's right, this is something that has never happened before. They can casually send out a group of Master Xing, and they can completely exterminate us. But now they have sent so many strong people. After all, this is about the blood sacrifice divine tree, the future of the Green Divine Mountain Village. How can they not send all their strength? They all looked at Tianyan, their eyes full of hope. They were amazed by the power of the Green Divine Mountain Village, but it did not mean they were afraid of death. From the very beginning, they knew they would face so many strong people, so they did not need to be afraid of anything. Tianyan smiled. The reason why the Green Divine Mountain Village had sent so many strong people was that they had been severely injured. So many Star Lords had been killed, and 3 Star Venerables had been killed. How could they not send all their forces? Unfortunately, he had killed too few people, and there were still too many strong people left. A dreadful power surrounded them, almost airtight. There was no way to escape. Do you think you can deal with us by gathering together? The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, the leader of the group, floated in front of them. His eyes were full of killing intent. I don't know where you come from, but since you have come to our world, no matter who you are, you will die here. At the same time, you will also pay for what you have done. You could have lived a little longer, but now it seems impossible. Chapter 2058. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, stared at them coldly. He was ready to attack at any time. As long as he gave the order, they would all attack and trample this place into ashes. There were so many strong people. How could a small number of practitioners resist them? The shield here didn't work at all, as if it didn't exist. There was a huge gap between their strengths. The green demons had thought they could crush their opponents from the very beginning, unless their opponents were stronger. But no matter how strong they were, could they be stronger than them? The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable alone, was strong enough to look down on all of them. The Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable was the strongest Star Venerable among the green demons. He was a Star Venerable in the late stage. The others were also Star Venerables in the late stage, but they were still weaker than the Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable. If the Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable wasn't the strongest, he wouldn't have the right to speak. Only the strongest would have the right to speak. In other words, he would have the right to decide everything. Most of the remaining Star Venerables were in the early stage or the middle stage of Star Venerable. More of them were in the early stage. Only a few of them had reached the middle stage or the late stage. In the face of such pressure, Eteonian smiled and said, "What a big mouth! It seems that all of you Green Demon Clan's mouths are stinky. Do you really think you are the king here?" "I am not the king here." "Are you the king here?" The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, sized up Eteonian, his eyes full of disdain. "You think you are strong, but you don't know you will bring yourself to hell. You are really stupid. I gave you a way out, but you still want to rebel with him?" The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, didn't rush to attack. Instead, he observed the situation first. He wanted to see everything clearly. In other words, he wanted to see the regret on the practitioners' faces. If possible, they didn't want to kill these practitioners. They wanted to let them live and reproduce slowly. In the end, they would become fertilizers for the divine blood sacrifice tree. A way out. The way you gave us is to raise us as livestock and then use us as sacrifices. If that's the case, it's ridiculous. We would rather die. The village chiefs started to refute him. This was the first time they had talked so much with the green demons. Normally, they wouldn't have had a chance to do so. "You're starting to have some backbone now," Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, sneered and said, "Then let me see how strong your backbone is. I hope you can still say such words later. Let's go." Crush their so-called backbone. With a command, the numerous Green Devil race experts rushed forward. The leaders were obviously the strongest Star Venerables, followed by the Star Lords. They had set out this time for the blood sacrifice of the divine tree. Everything was based on taking down the blood sacrificial tree. There was no room for carelessness. They did not want to waste so much time to cultivate a blood sacrificial tree. After this incident, they would definitely increase the number of guards to protect the blood sacrificial tree. All along, they had been too lax. They had never thought that there would be any resistance. They had never imagined that there would be a rebel among the cultivators who had been reared in captivity all this time. Now, a glint flashed across Etienne's eyes. He took them inside quickly. He did not intend to stay there to resist the green demon's attack. In fact, the village chiefs were very confused. They did not know why Etienne had done this. This was especially true when all of the cultivators were gathered together and stored in a small world. Normally, this would be suicide. If they got the small world, they would be at the mercy of the green demons. But Etienne insisted that they do this, so they can only do so after they had escaped. The village chiefs also went into the small world. Etienne grabbed the small world and dashed forward with his strongest power. Crazy mode on, Starlight King's effect on, God of War's fury on. All kinds of powers were activated. The strongest power of the 6-color Emperor dragons dashed toward the weakest area. The 23 cubic meters of astral power over his head was really amazing. "Break it!" Eteonyan shouted angrily. He broke the solid seal. His giant body was like a meat grinder, smashing the green demons who tried to stop him into a bloody mist. Even a Star Lord would be smashed into a bloody mist. What's going on? When the Star Venerables dashed in, they found there were no cultivators in their gathering place. They had sensed a large number of cultivators there. How come they had disappeared in the twinkling of an eye? He took those cultivators away. They must be hidden in the small world. "Stop him!" One of the green demon Star Venerables shouted, signaling his companions to catch up with him. The Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable, who was watching from behind, was struck dumb. He had not expected Eteonyan to do this. He felt he was an idiot. "You want to escape from me? You are too naive. You have no idea what kind of stupid plan you have." The Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable thought he had overestimated his opponent. He had made so many mistakes this time, but his opponent had taken advantage of them perfectly. He had to be cautious. That was why this had happened in the end. However, Eteonyan did not confront them head-on. Instead, he chose to escape. What kind of plan was this? It was better to scatter them than to gather together. Maybe it would be harder to find them. When they thought there was something wrong with Eteonyan's head, Eteonyan's body suddenly shrank to a normal size when he had rushed out of the layers of seals. Then he disappeared in front of them. What? They were dumbfounded. They did not know what had happened. Everything had disappeared. He broke the space and moved away. But it doesn't feel like it. They were all dumbfounded. They tried to sense the fluctuation carefully, but they could not figure out what had happened. While they were dumbfounded, Eteonyan had teleported to the exit with the small world. There were still a large number of Grandmasters Shing, who were continuously destroying the seal. Eteonyan dashed out as soon as he showed up. At the same time, he took out his token so that Clan Master G, who was outside, could help him. Go to hell. This time, Eteonyan was really killing. He turned into a golden light and rushed out. Wherever he went, the green demons exploded. Star Masters, who were quite valuable outside, were killed in batches here. When Eteonyan touched the sealed passage, an opening appeared above him, allowing him to pass through smoothly. The moment he passed through, the passage closed again. Everything went back to normal, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 2059. Eteonyan's disappearance drove the green demons crazy. They started to look for him crazily. When they found out that Eteonyan had already left the area, they were really dumbfounded, or in other words, they really went crazy. Eteonyan had run away with all the practitioners. He had teleported to the entrance of the sealed passage. Then he had run away with all the practitioners. Don't say Eteonyan and the others regret it. Now they are the ones regretting it. They had sent so many green demons, but they had let him run away. They had been fooled since the beginning. From the beginning, his plan was to bring all the cultivators away. The Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable was dumbfounded. When he recalled his plan, he found that Eteonyan's plan was really like that. He had gathered all the practitioners on purpose to attract their attention. He had made them think all the practitioners were there. When all their forces had arrived, Eteonyan had turned around and fled. Taking advantage of this gap, Eteonyan broke the seal and escaped. As long as he could escape, the green demons outside would not be able to stop the powerful Eteonyan. How is this possible? I have never seen such a teleportation. Even if he tore the space apart, he could not have teleported so far. The Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable was going crazy, but it was useless. They had run away. Your Excellency, what should we do now? A group of Star Lords came over. They were all dumbfounded. They had never been fooled like this. They would never forget such a humiliation. They had been so sure of victory, but now they had lost. It was a terrible feeling. It was embarrassing. So many strong practitioners had let him go. They had not obtained the divine blood sacrifice tree or the practitioners. Let's go and destroy that seal pillar. Destroy it. The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable said in a stern voice, I don't believe we can't destroy it. He was infuriated. Apart from this method, there was no other way. The other Star Venerables and Star Lords looked at each other with strange expressions. If they could destroy it so easily, they would have done it long ago. If one's cultivation was high, they would definitely be able to destroy the pillar faster. However, there was a limit to how fast they could be. Unless one's cultivation was truly heaven-defying, one's speed would be relatively slow. This was why they had sent Grandmaster Xing to destroy it. It wasn't that they were too lazy, it was just that the effects weren't very obvious. They could only let Grandmaster Xing destroy it. It was more cost-effective. Yes, my lord. They could only obey orders. Even other Star Venerables had to obey orders. After all, the Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable was their leader. While the people below were going crazy, Tianyan rushed out in one breath and landed firmly on the side. Patriarch Ji's face was pale. It wasn't easy for him to open the seal, and it consumed a lot of energy. Sir, you're back. Patriarch Ji stood up in surprise. He was very happy to see Tianyan return safe and sound. Yes, they're back, and they brought a bunch of people with them. Tianyan took out a small world and released it. Soon, the village chiefs came out. When they saw the environment, they were all stunned. Isn't this the green demon world? They came to themselves after being stunned for a while. That's right. I've brought you out. I told you I would only bring a bunch of clansmen, but that was a lie. Tianyan said with a faint smile. Only in this way can you maintain the highest degree of nervousness. The most important thing is that I'm afraid there might be internal problems, so I'm the only one who knows. From the beginning, Tianyan brought all of them with him. This is a powerful group of people. How can he miss this opportunity? Anyway, it was useless for them to stay in the underground world, so it was better to bring them out and let them join his force. Since they had saved such a bunch of people, their loyalty to him would be the highest. After all, they had stayed in that hellish world for such a long time, and their hearts were full of despair. It was not hard to imagine how grateful they would be to Tianyan when he saved them. Most importantly, they had no one to rely on, so it was only natural for them to join Tianyan's force. That's great. We're finally out. We're finally out of that damn place. Many of the village chiefs had tears streaming down their faces. Even in the face of death or the death of their loved ones, they had never shed a tear. They knew that tears were useless, so they could only stay strong. But now they were crying. This was the joy of complete liberation. After a while, they knelt in front of Tianyan and swore, Sir, we hope you can take us in, and let us follow you forever. Yes, without you, we wouldn't have lived to this day. As long as you give the order, we're willing to go through fire and water for you. They all spoke on behalf of their respective villages. The rest of the villagers didn't come out, but their thoughts were definitely the same. Okay, I'll make good arrangements for you, but before that, I still have one thing to do. Tianyan looked at them and revealed a faint smile. What is it? As long as we can do it, we'll do it. They all wanted to help, and even more so, they wanted to repay him. That's not necessary. You just came up from down there. How could I let you go down again? Tianyan said with a smile. Sir, you mean? They held their breaths. They had already guessed what he was going to do. That's right. I just want to turn around and go back. I've already saved you. So we can continue with the plan, which is to eliminate the Green Demon Clan, just like I told you before. Tianyun's plan had never changed. He just happened to see so many practitioners, so he had to save them. But there are so many star venerables, so many star lords. They shivered at the thought of the fear they had faced. Don't worry. I have a way to deal with it. Tianyun turned his head to look at the G Clan Master. He said, G Clan Master, I'll have to trouble you again. I'll ask you to help me open the seal. Is that okay? The G Clan Master was dumbfounded. He didn't know the details, but he knew from the village chiefs that it wasn't simple down there. Tianyun still dared to go down there. It's okay. I promised you that I'd free them completely. Tianyun patted his shoulder. He said with a smile, wait for my victorious return. You also wait for me to avenge you. Then Tianyun jumped into the sealed pool without any hesitation. Ding! You've successfully completed the extra special rescue mission. You've received a first-level lottery ticket from the Good and Evil Exchange System. Chapter 2060. I didn't expect to get such a reward. What a pleasant surprise. Tianyun's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to get such a special reward. He had thought he wouldn't get another one. It turned out he could draw again under special circumstances. Although the items in the 10,000 level area would be better, it would be great if he could get one in the 1,000 level area. After all, the items here must be good. He knew they couldn't be bad through the Super Soul search. He had thought it would be great if he could get a lot of good points after saving so many people. He hadn't expected to get a chance to draw a lottery, which was much better than getting a lot of good points. If he wanted to draw a lottery, he would have to reach the 10,000 level area. It wasn't an easy process. Killing a strong star venerable would only give him dozens of good points, or even hundreds of good points. It wasn't easy to imagine how hard it was to get good points. In a trance, Tianyun had already passed through the layers of seals and entered the Green Devil world. As soon as he arrived, he saw the army of the Green Demons all over the sky. Almost all the forces of the Green Demon race were gathered here, ready to destroy the ceiling pillars here. While they were preparing, they saw Tianyun's figure coming down from the sky, and they were all stunned. Didn't they just leave not long ago? Why did they come down from above? I didn't expect you to have the nerve to come down. Let's see how you can escape this time. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, came back to himself immediately. He flashed to the exit and sealed it. At the same time, the other Star Venerables surrounded him and sealed the area in all directions. He had no way to escape. This time, they were really going all out. They had to regain their face after the humiliation they had felt before. Escape? I didn't plan to escape this time. Tianyun was excited. Facing so many strong people, he grinned and said, I will have a good fight with you to improve myself. Improve yourself? They didn't know what Tianyun meant. Could he improve himself by fighting with them? Before they could think further, Tianyun had already turned into a 6-colored Emperor Dragon and activated all his power. The Starlight Deity was also added to his body, increasing his astral power by 3 units. It was not over yet. He aimed at the other 2 Star Venerables and directly exerted the devouring starry sky. The giant mouth bit down and devoured the astral power from 8 directions, increasing his astral power from 23 to 31. He was the best in the entire arena. A unique star Dharma form with 31 squares of star power, they almost swallowed their own tongues. That was 31 cubes of stellar power, not 21. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, who was the strongest among them, could only release 25 or 26 cubic meters of star power, while Eteonion could release 31 cubic meters of star power. What did that mean? Wrath of the war god. Eteonion roared and stepped forward with all his might. The void was shattered, and the explosive power spread out in all directions. Because there were too many green demons here, they were directly crushed into pieces by his power. Even the star venerates that were closer were shaken to pieces. His power was too overbearing. With the help of 31 cubic meters of star power and the crazy mode, each of his attacks was as powerful as he was at his peak. Cool. Eteonion swept all the way and laughed heartily. He crushed the green devil race along the way and felt a lot of green devil race being crushed by him. Stupid human, stop. A star venerable tried to stop him. The heavenly demon, star Dharma form behind him, was released. The powerful star venerable power wanted to stop Eteonion. Break. Eteonion didn't even look at the star venerable, and he continued to step forward, crushing the star venerable's explosive power into powder, and finally fell on the star venerable's body, crushing it. A strong man in the early stage of the star venerable realm could not even survive one attack from Eteonion. This was the most violent power, and no one could resist it. At least, ordinary star venerables couldn't resist such a violent power. Eteonion dared to intrude into the lair of the green demons alone because he was confident in himself. Powerful strength was more effective than any schemes and schemes. Exciting! Eteonion laughed. He could not have been so carefree in the outside world. Star Lords were the strongest among them. Star Lords could not even resist half an attack from him. Only Star Venerables were slightly stronger. Most importantly, the green demons, a disgusting existence, had been eliminated. Isn't his power too strong? They were terrified. They had thought they could stop Eteonion easily, but it turned out they had been too naive. They were trying to stop a monster. They thought they were monsters, but facing Eteonion's violent power, no healing methods could work. They were crushed directly. Don't be so arrogant. A powerful force came from the void and collided with Eteonion's attack. Dong! Eteonion was sent flying. He could not gain any advantage. The one confronting him was another powerful fiery rain, Star Venerable. He was a Star Venerable in the late stage. He was the second strongest person there. At this moment, only a Star Venerable in the late stage could stop Eteonion. A Star Venerable in the middle stage could not stop him at all. Fortunately, he was not as weak as he was in the early stage, so he could resist the attack. After Fiery Rain, Star Venerable appeared the heavenly demon star, not the green demon divine star. He had not achieved a level 6 star Dharma idol, but its level had reached level 3. Arrogant. So what? Eteonion grinned. Thank you for your help. Fiery Rain. Star Venerable was struck dumb. He did not know what was going on. All of a sudden, Eteonion's power soared from the Star Venerable in the early stage to the Star Venerable in the middle stage. He reached the star force of 31 cubic meters in one go. His star force had increased by 5 cubic meters. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that his foundation had been greatly improved. The foundation was always more important than these bonuses. Chaotic stars, dragon. Eteonion opened his giant mouth and breathed out. A violent power swept out and engulfed Fiery Rain, Star Venerable, directly. Even the green demons around him were crushed by this attack. After killing so many green demons, he had already reached the level where he could improve his cultivation. When there was any resistance, he would break out immediately and break through to a higher level. Under the roaring stars of the giant dragon, he crushed all the green demons. He killed another group of green demons. Fiery Rain, Star Venerable, who had been bombarded, did not die, but his body was badly mutilated. He looked quite miserable. Chapter 2061. Awesome! Tianyun felt his power increase, which made him feel really good. As expected, the feeling of power increase was the best. That was the power that could control the whole area. Who could stop him? Even the green demons in the late stage of Star Venerable realm were sent flying by him. With such power, no one in the two-domain worlds would be a match for him, right? How could there be such a powerful cultivator? Flaming Rain, Star Venerate's eyes were filled with horror. She thought that she could fight Tianyun for a few moves and even suppress him, but now it seems that she was the one being suppressed. Life Extraction. Suddenly, a green light shrouded Tianyun from the sky and instantly penetrated Tianyun's body. The green light began to extract Tianyun's life force. Tianyun looked up and saw the star Dharma Laksana of the green demon Divine Star appear behind the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable. It was a level 6 star Dharma Laksana, and it was at the 3rd level. No wonder the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, could become the strongest green demon. The level 6 star Dharma Laksana was more powerful than all the other green demons. It was still at the 3rd level, but its power was amazing. Now the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, took action. He had thought he would not need to do anything, but he did. Under the life extraction, Tianyun felt the vitality in his body was being extracted bit by bit. It was not fast, but as long as Tianyun was still in range, his vitality would be extracted. The extracted vitality was absorbed by the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, little by little. Don't think no one can stop you. The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, made hand signs quickly and said with a cold look, "Give me the divine tree of blood sacrifice, and I will keep your body intact." "Are you kidding me?" "Keep my body intact," Tianyun said with a cold smile. "Besides, even if you want to keep my body intact, I don't want to keep yours intact. Do you think you are invincible just because you are so arrogant here? In my opinion, you are the naive one." Tianyun aimed at the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, and released the chaotic star, Dragon. A power strong enough to crush a Star Venerable went toward the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, once again. "Fool, this is the world of our green demon clan. I'll let you see what it means to be in control." The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, took a deep breath, causing the ground to shake. Then a rich life force started surging towards the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, filling his body. This place was filled with life force. Under his casual summons, he could strengthen his life force at any time. With the support of the entire earth, his strength began to increase greatly. His star power did not increase, but Tianyun clearly felt that the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable's power had increased significantly, and it had even become one with the earth. In such a state, the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable's power was greatly enhanced. After all, it was connected with the earth, which meant that it could mobilize the power of the area at will. As the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable gathered the earth's power. He swung his hand toward Tianyun. He gathered the life force of the earth and turned it into a giant green divine palm, which covered Tianyun. Although this palm was formed by a great amount of life force, it would not bring any life force to Tianyun. Instead, it would drain Tianyun dry. "I am the earth." The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, exerted his strongest move. With the support of the earth's power, his power reached a new height. It did not seem like he was exerting the Star Venerable's power, but the earth's power. When the two were combined, his power reached a new height. Compared to Tianyun's strength, it's even stronger. His cultivation was stronger than Tianyun's, and his Star Dharma idol was also stronger than Tianyun's. Now, His control of power was even stronger than Yi Tianyun's. As expected, it was easy to be at a disadvantage when it came to controlling power in someone else's territory. Your power is not bad, but you are too naive to think you can defeat me with this. Yi Tianyun laughed. A shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Then almost half of the life force that had been flowing toward the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, went to him. I am the earth. Yi Tianyun exerted the same move. The speed at which he extracted the life force was a little slower than the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable's. But at least the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable's power was compressed by a little bit. How can you use this move? The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, was dumbfounded. Theoretically, only the green demons could exert this move, and it also needed a strong star dharma idol as a foundation. For example, the green demon deity Star must be the foundation to exert it. Yi Tianyun was not a green demon. How could he have a green demon deity Star? The answer was obvious. Yi Tianyun had a green demon deity Star. He had obtained it when he killed the divine son of the green demon deity, and now he exerted it. The power of the 3 star dharma idols was amazing. However, his level was still lower than the cauldron dragon Star Venerable's. One was at the 1st level, while the other was at the 3rd level. There was still a big gap between them, but he could still fill the gap. Before the attack came, Yi Tianyun gave up devouring the Star Venerable's star force. His star force fell from 36 cubic meters to 32 cubic meters. At the same time, he opened his mouth and swallowed the star force above the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable. He swallowed the star force in 8 cubic meters and turned it into his own. His star force went back to 36 cubic meters. The difference was that the cauldron dragon Star Venerable's power was immediately weakened. Break. Yi Tianyun laughed loudly. After everything was filled up, he manipulated the life force around him and followed Yi Tianyun. Boom! A fierce explosion spread out, creating a huge pit in the ground. The whole green demon world was shaking violently. Many green demons had been affected by the attack. If they had been close to the attack range of the strong warriors, they would have been affected. Besides, they could not escape in time, so a large number of green demons were killed. They had come here to destroy the ceiling pillars, but now they couldn't run so fast even if they wanted to. They could only watch helplessly as they were engulfed by this power. When the explosion disappeared, the 2 of them were blown away as if they were separated by water and sky. An incomparably deep ravine appeared between them, like a huge scar branded on the ground. Both of them had been injured in different ways. However, with the help of their strong life force, they recovered at an amazing speed. They were not injured at all. How can you have our power? The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, was shocked by how Yi Tianyun could control their power. He could not understand it. Chapter 2062. The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, didn't understand what Yi Tianyun meant, but he soon realized what Yi Tianyun meant. Then Yi Tianyun turned around and started to attack. He didn't care about the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, anymore. He crushed every green demon he saw. He prioritized Star Venerables and Celestial Lords. Boom, boom. While the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, was in a daze, he found a group of his subordinates had been killed, including 2 Celestial Lords. He finally understood what Yi Tianyun meant. Yi Tianyun didn't want to fight with him. He wanted to kill the other green demons first. Fight with me if you can. The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, flew into a rage. He chased after Yi Tianyun, trying to stop him. The divine tree of blood sacrifice was gone. If a large number of Celestial Lords and Star Venerables died, it would be very difficult for them to rebuild. Besides, they didn't have any practitioners left. How could they offer their blood as sacrifices? Eteonyon turned a deaf ear to him. He continued to attack. This was his usual trick, which was to eliminate the other green demon race members first. He had just fought with the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable head-on. Neither of them could defeat the other, so he would deal with the other green demons first. If he fought with them head-on, he would be in a serious situation. Then he would be doomed. After all, the green demons were everywhere. When he was in a bad situation, they would definitely attack him by surprise. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, was different. Even if he was severely injured, his companions could help him. Eteonyon used all of his elemental powers to kill the green demons. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, couldn't catch up with him. For a moment, he caused a huge commotion here, and a large number of green demons were crushed. Almost all the celestial lords were killed. There were only 2 or 3 Star Venerables left. As for the celestial masters, many of them had been killed. This place had been occupied by the green demons, but now it was empty. There were many pits on the ground. "I will kill you!" The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, snarled. He rushed over to stop Eteonyon. Boom! The 2 of them were bounced back again. Neither of them had the upper hand. Even if the Cauldron Dragon Star Venerable was slightly stronger, Eteonyon's situation was not serious. This was especially so with the support of the green demon god star. The life force in the surroundings surged madly towards him, allowing him to devour the life force like a whale. After devouring the life force, his injuries rapidly recovered. These were not fatal injuries, so how could they affect him? Thus, after clashing head-on, Eteonyon borrowed this force to rush to the side and continue his slaughter. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, was both angry and helpless. It was not that he did not want to use all of his power, but even if he did, he would not be able to suppress Eteonyon. He didn't expect Eteonyon to be able to hold on. His strength wasn't that far off from his. This was something they didn't expect. A Star Venerable in the middle stage was almost on par with him. A Star Venerable in the late stage. How could he not be infuriated? Are you deaf? Fight with me face to face if you can. Don't dodge. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, shouted angrily again. Fight with me face to face. When did the green demons ever fight openly? I don't need to be so open and above board to deal with you. Eteonyon said with a laugh as he continued to sweep the green demon race away. Another group of green demon race was killed. After many rounds, the green demons were almost crippled. They wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Even if they recovered, they would be those who hadn't awakened the Star Dharma Laksana, which would be even more embarrassing. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable's face turned livid after hearing Eteonyon's words. His face was already green, but now it was glowing. It was the first time he had felt so helpless. He was a king here, but he could barely intercept Eteonyon and interfere with him occasionally. It was impossible for him to crush Eteonyon. When Eteonyon used the same movement as him, the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, knew it was hopeless. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, had been relying on the power of this place, but Eteonyon had copied it. How could he win? He couldn't compete with Eteonyon's star power, so the gap between them was not big. If he hadn't been a Star Venerable in the late stage, he would have been suppressed by Eteonyon long ago. In the end, Eteonyon killed most of the green demons as he went on a rampage. A small number of green demons survived, and their cultivations were relatively low. None of the powerful Star Lords survived. As for the Star Venerables, 2 of them ran away, which was a pity. This meant the green demons only had 3 Star Venerables left, and the rest were below Star Master level. The green demons couldn't have killed all of them. After all, those with low cultivations didn't participate in the war. They were still in the big cities. It would take some time to kill them all. It's almost time. It's your turn. Eteonion finally stopped. Facing the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, he didn't run around to kill the green demons. The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable's eyes were bloodshot. He had chased and intercepted Yi Xian many times, but it didn't work. Eteonion finally stopped, but he was so angry that his heart was about to explode. It's my turn. The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, shouted angrily, I won't stop until one of us dies. Come on. The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, went all out again. He dashed toward Eteonion. He couldn't wait to fight with Eteonion. He wanted to see who could last until the end. Eteonion smiled. Then he dashed toward the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable. After several moves, the two were evenly matched. They didn't have an advantage over each other. Come on. The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, shouted angrily and attacked again. Come on. Eteonion also dashed over to fight the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable. Just as the cauldron dragon Star Venerable was about to confront the cauldron dragon Star Venerable, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and launched a sneak attack on him. Puff! A knife fiercely pierced into the cauldron dragon Star Venerable's body. The violent power directly tore the cauldron dragon Star Venerable's body in half. With a scream, the cauldron dragon Star Venerable's head was quickly cut off. The moment his body was split open, he quickly retreated to the side. Then he reshaped his body. Thanks to his strong vitality, he was reborn. There was no difference from before. However, his face was a little pale. The consumption of his soul was not something that could be made up for by vitality. At that moment, he saw two Eteonion standing in front of him. You sneak attacked me? The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, knew something was wrong when he saw the other Eteonion. So what? I told you who would fight with you fair and square. Are you an idiot? Eteonion laughed, but he was a little unhappy. Chapter 2063. This doppelganger was Eteonion's trump card. Although its cultivation level was not at the top, it was good at sneak attacks. Now, it could hurt the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, badly. It had been hard to tell who would win, but now the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, was blown up. Although he was not dead, he had at least injured the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, so he was weaker now. At this level, he had lost to Eteonion. If he continued, he would be able to kill the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, on the spot. However, this fight was a bit difficult. He could not keep crushing his opponent like before. The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, was too strong. He was the strongest being Eteonion had ever faced. If his cultivation level had not improved, it would have been difficult for him to fight against the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, especially the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, who was supported by the power of the earth. He was much stronger than ordinary Star Venerables. Great. I had a good time. Let's fight again, next time. The cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, turned around and left. He did not continue fighting with Eteonion. He knew he would be at a disadvantage if he kept fighting. He was injured. If he had not been injured, he might have been able to keep fighting. There is no need for next time. Let's fight this time. Eteonion quickly stood in front of the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable. At the same time, his doppelganger also stood behind him. It was impossible for him to let go of the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable. Unless he could not kill the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable, he could let him go. Now that he could still fight, things were different. It seems you want to fight to the death with me. The veins on the cauldron dragon, Star Venerable's forehead bulged. He did not want to do that. Tianyun had killed so many of his subordinates. He would not let go of Tianyun, but he was in a serious situation, so he could only choose to leave. Otherwise, if he died, it would be over. Fight to the death. You think too highly of yourself. I don't want to fight to the death with you. I want you to die, Tianyun said, looking at him with a smile. It seems that you really think you can take me down. Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable said, angrily. It's all right. At least it seems so for now. Tianyun shrugged. Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable looked at Tianyun without saying a word. Then he waved his hand and cut off his own arm. A large amount of green blood splattered all over the place. When it landed on the ground, the blood quickly seeped into the ground. A moment later, the ground began to shake violently, as if something was breaking out of the ground. Since you insist on dying, I'll take you down even if I have to risk everything. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, was furious. He had not wanted to use this move. He had wanted to go back and get ready to kill Tianyun. Right now, he could only forcefully erupt and release his strongest power. If he hadn't killed Tianyun, then Tianyun would have killed him. Tianyun saw the ground protruding rapidly. Soon, a giant tree emerged from the ground. It turned into a towering tree and covered the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, swallowed the towering tree. Thick vines emerged from his body and wrapped him up tightly. The place where his arm had been cut off had already recovered. He had cut off one of his arms and released a large amount of essence blood to activate his strongest power. After the giant tree had fused with him, his power became more solid. It was as if he had really put the power of the earth on his body, forming a perfect fusion. After a moment, after the perfect fusion, the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable's body did not change much, but his power had become more solid. Whether it was in terms of power or defense, they had formed a perfect combination. However, Tianyun could feel that the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable's life force had started to fade away after he had done that. Sure enough, this move could not be used casually. Once it was used, it would have a serious impact on him, whether he won or lost. If the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, had not been forced to use it, he would not have used it. It would have consumed too much energy, and it would have affected his cultivation when he tried to break through to the Grand Star Venerable realm. He had been so conservative because he wanted to break through to the Grand Star Venerable realm. That was why he had not dared to use it casually. Every time he used it, there would be serious side effects, and it would take a long time for him to recover. If he had a choice, he would not have used it like that. He had no choice but to use it. I haven't used this move for a long time. Let's end this farce. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, looked calm. He gently raised his hand, and all the trees and life force around him gathered and turned into a sharp blade in his hand. It was the Sword of Life. The Sword of Life did not give life to the opponent. It cut off all life. Everything it touched would be cut off easily. Good power. You should have used this power from the beginning. Why did you wait until now? Tianyun looked at the Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable's power, and said with a smile, "But that's it. I thought you could use some other power. This power is still too weak. You are just showing off, but it is meaningless." The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, raised the Sword of Life and slashed it down quickly. A green light shot out. A giant sword radiance traversed the whole world and headed straight for where Tianyun was. Everything in the place attacked, withered. Everything was sucked dry by this power. Even if they did not die, they would be sucked dry to the last breath. Tianyun stretched his waist and said with a smile, "Originally, I wanted to hide some of my power, but it seems that I have to use it now. Compared to your explosive power, I think it's a little stronger." That's right. He raised his hand and made a grabbing gesture. He wanted to stop the attack with his bare hands. "You overestimate yourself." The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable, was very calm. In his opinion, as long as he used this power, nothing could escape him. At this moment, Yi Tianyun's power suddenly soared into the sky and increased greatly. From the middle stage of the Star Venerable realm, he reached the late stage of the Star Venerable realm in one go. At the same time, the 36 star forces above his head took a big step forward and reached 41 star forces. His star forces had increased by 5 star forces. He made a breakthrough. The Cauldron Dragon, Star Venerable's calm mind collapsed quickly. He had never expected Yi Tianyun to make another breakthrough. Yi Tianyun had just reached the middle stage of the Star Venerable realm. How could he reach the late stage of the Star Venerable realm in such a short time? Boom!